Up. I hope so. I hope so. Nothing is super set in stone yet, but I hope so. This hand is good, by the way. Hoping that maybe I dodged a few of the aggro players and we get to see some blue-red, some blue-black control, that sort of thing. Well, this is not a hand I mind having against green either. Green can struggle against Ascendant Spirit. Okie dokie. Looks like it's probably blue-red. You can counter an egg. And there's always the question about, do we just pump the Spirit now? Do I just slam Spectral Adversary? I think I'll just go for the pump on Spirit. They kill this, it's fine. Nice. Kind of thinking they were going to kill it, and they didn't even kill it. Yeah, Robocop, I just said I'm not sure what the plan is necessarily going to be at this point. Thanks, iPhone fan. Everybody can hear me, right? Okay, we're chilling. So they might have like a heated debate or something. I think I'm still down to pump. They have a divide by 0, that's totally fine. Neon Bolt's fine. It's going to be hard to make this Joy Disruption have value, but we're going to try. Cards looking for now are like Iymrith, Stowaway, more Ascendant Spirits. It's possible they're rushing a little bit with this adversary. Not sure. Cerizium! Thanks for the resubscription. Good to have you back. And hello, Rosaleo. You get Spikefield Hazarded? What's up? I did not qualify with Monoblue. I qualified with Mono Green, but I had a nice day of playing Monoblue on stream yesterday. It was a fun time. Alright, I might as well foretell here. I'm ready to counter a Goldspan Dragon if they want to try that. The real problem now is going to be if they start Memory Deluging me. This could be the kind of game where being able to flash back a Memory Deluge gets... Their being able to flash back a Memory Deluge gets me killed. But these considers hopefully can help me dig into stuff. That's a good one. And I'm not going to play it now, though. Being able to put some extra power on it could make a big difference. And Deluge here. More Prismari commands are always fine by me. Pretty much all their cards have some relevance against me, so the looting thing is not helping them much. I will say that Hall of Storm Giants might actually be legitimately scary in this game, the way things are going. I think I'm going to pay once and not a second time here. Gonna phase out your treasure, how about that? like having some protection against Memory Deluge. Oh, we actually got them to use it. I'm not sure they quite understand how the treasure being phased out works, but cool. What's up? Okay, Galvanic Iteration. So they're this version of the deck, sure. Do they think this works with Memory Deluge? Because this does not work with Memory Deluge. Or are they just trying to get a kill on the adversary with something? Unexpected Windfall. Okay, that does work, unfortunately. Gonna counter one of these copies. Opponent getting too many cards is a little ugly. Don't want that to happen. Alright. Iymrith Desert Doom, so opponent's got enough mana to be able to double Epiphany me, which I don't love. Oh, they countered the phase ability, of course, with their cracking of the treasure before, so that's actually correct. Gotta remember, the Spectral Adversary is bugged to heck, unfortunately. Or actually, no, I guess the ability gets countered. Yeah, the ability actually does get legitimately countered. Alright, so we're going to hit him, and I am just going to play Iymrith here. My reasoning being that kind of just sitting around trying to peck them for 2 and hoping that a single slot coming stops them does not seem like a very successful strategy. This could get divided by 0 or something, but still, that's at least putting pressure on their treasures if that happens. We'll see. I was playing this deck yesterday and I was having fun with it, but it's definitely not great. Was noticing plenty of holes when I was playing this against a bunch of different stuff, so I'm not necessarily expecting to have any kind of result here. But we'll try. We'll try because it's fun, because Mono Green's kind of boring to play, and that was my other option. And if we lose quickly, we can just pivot right into Historic. Oh, Read Magic High! I genuinely missed you as well. Ooh, Teachings of the Archaics, you say. Interesting. Alright, we get Nexus here. Yeah, Robocop, we have 4 copies of Seafaring Werewolf. That's kind of our Curious Obsession adjacent thing. And Iymrith, of course. Just Mono Green Weed, just Mono Green. Plain old Mono Green. Better deck than the one I'm playing now, for sure, but I would feel even more helpless against what our opponent is doing if we were playing that, so there's some ups and downs. Now the question is, do we go for Iymrith again here, or do I just try and hold up some counter magic and hope it works out? I kind of like holding up the counter magic. It makes it really obvious that we're holding on to it, but I feel like this is not the best time to go shields down. I don't know. Ooh, I like her a lot, actually. Right? Yeah, I think I do. It continues to make their life kind of annoying. If they have another unexpected windfall, they're going to have a hard time getting it out of their hand. And this Teachings is not doing much. Okay, so they've got Hall of Storm Giants. If I deliberately attack into it, it costs them 6 mana to activate it here. Not sure if I want to try and force that issue or not. Still don't quite have the mana I would like. I guess I just go in with Adversary here. Maybe just keep playing Mono White, I guess. If it's a deck you have some experience with, it's a deck that has plenty of good best of 3 lists out there. Alright, do I jam Iymrith? Do I just stick around? I think we just stick around. A little hard to say. So just a quick check on their mana. They currently have 9 with this treasure. Okay. Ooh, Faceless Save. It's a phenomenal draw. Love that one. Okay, do I force the issue now? Yeah, I think we do. Divide by 0 is totally fine. Yep, sure. They can't exactly Mascot Exhibition me very well. I guess if they have a land drop next turn, they could go like Galvanic Iteration into Mascot Exhibition. I think that would be fine. I wouldn't really mind that too much. I'm going to kill Faceless Haven. That's actually amazing. That's fantastic. I mean, they kind of have to do it, but also it gives me access to Malevolent Hermit plus a counterspell, which is awesome. Still a tight game. Don't really know what to expect. But it seems winnable. Expressive Iteration. How do I feel about this one? You know, I just think I'm not super into this one. I think that's getting countered. It's like, yes, I could let it happen, but if you let this happen, you're just kind of, I don't know, I feel like their hand clearly is not doing much at the moment, and I want to be able to punish that a bit. Test of Talents, okay. Sure. But just the fact that they had to spend mana on that makes their Expressive Iteration considerably less dangerous. They're just like fewer relevant things they can hit at this point. Alpera Roko, yeah, that's you're probably right there. Definitely still waking up, and I think we could have had him at 7 here. That is true. It was a pre-combat cast, definitely. That may end up mattering. Main deck Test of Talents is certainly an interesting choice for an open field, but I guess it does make sense to expect a lot of this deck. Okay, they hit their land. Can't exhibit mascots against me, though, so what's up? Okay. They should be at 7. They don't have haul up. Alright, do we Iymrith? If they were at 3, it would be much easier not to Iymrith than just to kind of force the issue here. Let's do it. Okay. So if they have burned down the house, we're going to be in some trouble. If they go for galvanic iteration, I think we just divide by 0 the iteration, because it actually permanently gets rid of it. Okay, can't get rid of that one, unfortunately. Actually, do I just bounce this? Could crack Hermit and go for the counter on it that way? No, I think we allow this because if their whole plan is just a mascot exhibition, I guess it doesn't matter. We win if their plan is to mascot exhibition anyway. Alright, well, let's see. Did they find the Epiphany? They almost certainly found the Epiphany. If they were at 3, it wouldn't have really mattered here anyway, I don't think. I am exactly in the same shape I've always been in Weed. Probably y'all just forgot. Burn down the house. Yep, okay. So I'm going to allow this to be a thing. We're going to go ahead and bounce back the... I put plenty of timeouts. Do I divide my own Iymrith or do I Fading Hope the Iymrith? I forget what the move is supposed to be here. Okay, so we're actually going to go with... Yeah, we're going to go with... Wait, if I just Fading Hope the... I don't actually know what I'm supposed to be doing here. I'm letting the time pressure me too much. This is silly. If they have like a Jawari Disruption as their last card, it's going to be sad. I don't think they do, though. Alright. Let's pick up... Do I just want Teachings myself? I think I want Exhibition. Do I put it at 5 life? Hard to say. Alright, we successfully put some good pressure on them there. They had another Iteration as their last card, so they're digging for that double Epiphany turn. More Fading Hopes. Could really use some land drops. Alright, well, double Fading Hope means they actually do need the Epiphany or another burn down the house to get me if they're just trying to mascot exhibition. We actually just win, which is great. I like that part. If they do have double Epiphany, this Hall of the Storm Giants is terrifying. All of a sudden. But maybe they've missed just long enough. Okay. Oh, my response continues to be the same. Opponent's nicing me for some reason. I mean, they're pretty far ahead. They've got the Teachings here. They can even Iteration to Teachings and just draw a pile of cards, which puts them in a great spot. Field of Ruin means Faceless Haven doesn't work out for me as a draw. Yeah, this is going to be tough. How are the clocks looking? Oh, they've already spent 12 minutes this game? That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Alright, I like the clocks this game. We're definitely going to make them work for this win, even if they do. Interesting. Didn't Iteration there. They're currently at 12 mana? Drew Spectral Adversary. Okay, are we just gonna... I guess I just play Iymrith again? Iymrith has the convenient property of being... I don't actually know if this was correct. Hard to say. We could have just held Spectral Adversary and... I guess I'm just assuming they have Epiphanies here. If they have Epiphanies, I'd much rather have Iymrith down. This means if they just go for Iteration Mascot Exhibition, we win by just phasing out their flyers and hitting them. And meanwhile, the clock is ticking. Tick, tick, tick. This card. Yeah, after playing a bunch of Monoblue, it's like the matchup against the Is It Dragon Z type decks can be pretty good, but anyone who's not playing Goldspan Dragon and like running those into your Spectral Adversaries and Iymriths, I find that often Expressive Iteration is just like a little bit too much of a power differential. Just being able to pay 2 mana and have an effect that's better than drawing 2 cards in the late game is just a little bit too brutal. And they do have enough mana to just Iteration Epiphany me. And they haven't seen a single Epiphany yet that we know of. Maybe they discarded one earlier? No. Yeah, so it's going to happen at some point, and we're going to be in trouble when it does. But meanwhile, they're going to burn through at least half their time in Game 1. Which is annoying for me, because I gotta, get through a lot more of these matches. Hopefully, today. Yeah, maybe, Jofu, maybe. Maybe this is going to be the Desperation Mascot Exhibition. No, they found one. Disappointing. Okay. We'll see. We're not literally dead to Hall of Storm Giants, but it's not looking great. Yeah, this game feels like it should have been winnable. I don't know. There was the one missed attack where they would have been at 3. If we had put them to 3 before, maybe we could have saved a Spectral Adversary on one of those earlier turns. Alright, they're going for the Mascot Exhibition. That's interesting. We're not guaranteed dead to that, I don't think. It means they're not attacking with Hall this turn. Memory Deluge isn't much fun, though. That probably means they get to set up another Epiphany and kill us. Alright, I guess I have Fading Hope a 4/4 before this can get countered. But, yeah, we're dead. Very, very likely dead. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And we're definitely going to make them work for this. Given that they decided to spend half their time in this Game 1, we're going to make them push through a little more. And chewing up completely unnecessary time on clock. I love it. One thing this deck probably needs some copies of is Dissipate. I was kind of expecting that after this deck, that after Worlds, for whatever reason, people would stop playing this like super kind of hyped up iteration version of the deck, but I'm seeing a lot of it. Against this deck, what I really want is just Dissipates more than anything else. The extra foretell bonus on Saw It Coming seems pretty minor compared to the bonus of having Dissipate access. We bring in Malevolent Hermits, and we cut some Fading Hopes against this deck. I do expect that they may have some Dragons post-board, but I think 2 Fading Hope plus 4 Divide by 0 is generally enough to handle that. Probably want some Disdainful Strokes here. I guess this is the reason I put this in the deck in the first place. Stopping unexpected windfalls. And if we're doing that, what I'm going to cut is probably... I think it's Spectral Adversary, actually. Against decks without creatures, this is kind of a pretty weak card in general. Just doesn't clock them very hard. It's kind of expensive to add more power to it. Jofu, I don't believe you can, no. It's kind of like a real tournament. Really hope that we can just win 2 quick ones here and then it doesn't come down to time, but... whatever. Started slightly earlier than I usually do for these things. Yeah, Robocop, I was playing a test before and I ended up cutting it for another Disdainful Stroke because I was seeing a lot of Leer when I was testing yesterday. I could see making room for it. It's tough. Tough to figure out what's best. It's possible I'm supposed to give up on aggro a little bit more and just play some Test of Talents over the stupid Dragon Turtles in the sideboard, which, yeah, Dragon Turtle is not very good, but in my limited time I was not able to find something that more convincingly did anything against aggro. Okay. Alright, so we're going to hope they don't have Cinderclasm here. Go for Suspicious Stowaway. Wow, alright. Opponent didn't have a play on turn 2, and now we're going to probably just win the game very easily. That's good. Divide this one. I don't know. Do I divide this one? Or do I just try and divide the actual... Yeah, I like the idea of using my mana, given that we're drawing extra cards every turn. Let's pick up a Teachings here. Okay, I think we just cast another Stowaway. The danger is that if they double spell, these both flip back. That's kind of okay. They played a land before iterating. Someone wanted me to pump the Spirit there. Fascinating. Disdainful Stroke hits this, right? Yes, it does. Okay. Good try. Glad we have those in. Alright, well, I am going to... Let's see. So burn down the house is now the thing I'm most concerned about, so we're just going to probably jam Hermit this turn. Does that mean I'm pumping the Spirit? I believe it does mean I'm pumping the Spirit, yes. Hard to imagine something I'm going to end up doing that's not just casting Hermit and holding it up. Oh, Jofu, I mean, when was I supposed to be using mana for that, I guess, compared to other things to use mana for? Alright, I'm going to counter this iteration. Just don't let them put together good turns. This might also start them off of casting another spell and turning off the werewolves. Oh well. Mr. Hyde, I probably had better heuristics before I took a bunch of months off of Magic. I'm definitely rusty today. In general, like, I'm much more likely to just like cast counterspells and random stuff on these turns, just because I'm drawing so many extra cards off the werewolves that it seems good to have access to. Let's see. So you can put them to 1 by pumping Spirit, but I think we just hold Divide by 0. And the nice thing about the Teachings of the Archaics is I can just discard it to these stowaways, even if I don't get a chance to actually cast it now. Land? Disdainful Stroke's pretty good too. Cardboard was trying to be on, was blocking Untapped. I just turned on the Untapped extension and got rid of Cardboard. Is it working? Are people actually seeing something? Okay. Well, we did not burn much of their time that game, which is what it is. Yeah, still pretty happy with the sideboard plan, I think. Ascendant Spirit's a weird card. I never know how much I want this versus just like the Spectral Adversaries, but having stuff to do on turn 1's really nice. That was the game we were on the play with a turn 2 stowaway and they mulligan, so it gets harder from here. I guess they didn't see Stowaway in game 1? Maybe changing their sideboard plans for that a little bit. Cinderclasm is actually pretty good against us. I hope they're not bringing a pile of those. Probably noticed I'm actually supposed to maybe have Iymrith out against this deck. Given they're running all the burn down the houses and it's really hard to tap out against them without getting windfalled. That's a consideration. This is fine. Any hand with a turn 1 Ascendant Spirit is hard to throw back. It's possible that we're not even supposed to make this vulnerable this early. If it just gets killed, we're kind of sitting here spinning our wheels, but and do we pump it now, or do we retain the ability to bounce it back to our hand? I think I want to retain the ability to bounce it. A little bit of a tough call. But given that's our only threat right now. Is that a pause for Fading Hope? Does this deck actually run Dragon's Fire, or does it just run Demon Bolt? I actually don't remember. Let's find out. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Now we want to put a heavy emphasis on casting Consider instead of pumping this, because I do want to make sure I'm continuing to hit land drops with these expensive counter spells in my hand. Opponent missing a land drop themselves? Or just giving me a chance to pump unnecessarily. At this point, if they want to Demon Bolt the Spirit, I'm perfectly fine with that. Second Spirit comes down and we didn't miss a beat. And the opponent certainly is spending a lot of time thinking. Okay. Definitely thought this card was going to be good, and also wildly underestimated how good this was going to be. I had no idea. Yep, Chance of Virtue. The great things you can do when you're not really all that invested in winning is you can just entertain people instead. All right. Oh wow. That is not great for them. All right, now do we pump instead? Nah, I'm still gonna consider here. I will put that in my graveyard. I just want lands, please. Nice. Alright, so opponent got a little unlucky there, but we'll take it. Do I want a third Saw It Coming? I think I do. I think I'm okay with having as many Saw It Comings as y'all want to give me. Current score is 0-0, Chance of Virtue. We just started. And alright, there's a good chance our opponent's about to lose on time, which is awkward. Alright. Happy to pump this. If they want to Demon Bolt this, it's fine. We got another one ready to go. And we at least know there's no way they have Spikefield Hazard. Okay, I guess giving them the ability to like cast a Prismari command and kind of get out of the missed land drop heck that they've been in. I don't know why I said heck, the missed land drop hell they've been in was a little awkward. But at least making it happen at end step means they can't actually play land drops. At this point, well, we'll see what they do here, but I'm very unlikely to be pumping on end step because I want to be able to hold up the ability to counter an unexpected windfall. And Jwari Disruption might have some uses. No need to be nervous, Weed Magic. I'm not nervous. It's all good. It's all good, whatever happens. Alright, I'm just going to Fading Hope the Spirit here. I think it's likely to be the best value we're getting out for this card. I will keep Hermit on top. That seems nice. It's currently below 10 minutes. We've got a wall of counters to get through. Galvanic Iteration is pretty good at that, so we'll see. What is Herm McWorm supposed to be, man? Leggings? Is that Malevolent Hermit? Okay. Gonna hold off on playing Jawari Disruption for this turn, I think. A little bit of a tough call, might be wrong. We might want the mana later to be able to keep pulling up counter spells and be pumping Ascendant Spirit as we go. Yeah, Ascendant Spirit's definitely a card that I could be, like, much better at playing than I am. It's really hard to use. Burn down the house. Nah. Gonna use a real counter there because I want to keep the Hermit in play to have more of a clock. And now, I think I am going to play this as a land. Hey, Pedro. Thanks. I'm very happy to be back. It's, I imagine it would feel pretty good to get back to this, and it has in fact felt just the way I thought it would. Okay, we're going to keep hitting him. I'm going to go ahead and just reduce them to 5 here. I don't see the need to pump a bunch of mana into Spirit or anything. Divide by 0. That's going to be a no. Definitely want to keep our clock up at this point. Another one. Okay, so yeah, we're going to start coming this because we... being able to hit them with Hermit means that pumping the Spirit makes it lethal next turn. That's critical. And should I be considering main phase? I think I should be considering main phase just because if I hit a land, I'm going to want to play it, especially a Faceless Haven. Ooh, do I put Iymrith into my graveyard? So there's no way that, I guess if they have Galvanic Iteration burn down the house, being able to follow up with Iymrith would be very good next turn. I think I decline then. Oh, I didn't see Chance. I was assuming they were targeting my Ascendant Spirit, but maybe I was wrong. I guess if they had bounced the Sod coming, I could have let that go back to my hand and just countered the first Divide by 0. But anyway, we win the match. It's fine. This is the warm-up match. Gotta stay tight. Or stay loose. Get loose. Well, I don't know what I'm doing. Yay! Ascendant Spirit finally did something. Okay. Gonna have to try and play some faster matches. This deck does have some slow ones in it. Alright, on to the next one. Only took 50 minutes. Surely there's still lots of people playing. It's gonna be fine. Thanks, be your fan. I mean, our opponent just missed their 4th land drop after casting Expressive Iteration, so I can't take too much credit for that one. But I will take credit. I guess any win I managed to scrounge out with this fairly underpowered pile, I'm happy with. This is standard. Yep. Sure. Mono white, okay. Okie dokie. This is definitely a tough matchup, one that we worry about. I am exquisitely happy to trade for their creatures at any point. Pretty much. Sun Gold Sentinel taking out Malevolent Hermit was a fairly predictable thing to see, but it is what it is. I'm just going to chill here, counter something, and then see if we can get down a nice, safe stowaway at some juncture. And I guess knowing they play 4 Sun Gold Sentinel, maybe that block was actually wrong, but gosh. Mridane, God of the Worthy. Do I divide by 0 this? Or do I saw it coming? I'll stick with the one that can't interact with the board. You don't really need to learn anything for now. Just gonna chill here. Hope to get to 6 mana for adversary at some point. Stonebinder's Familiar is fine. Yep, that one's fine. And now the question is, do I Spectral Adversary to make a 3/2 and phase out their Sun Gold Sentinel so they can't grow the Familiar? Or do I let them grow it to a 2/2, which is kind of annoying? This seems like a reasonable time to phase. This combo is actually pretty legit scary. Okay, they didn't. I was kind of expecting to just follow up and have something to kill this. I'm glad they didn't. So this is just going to be consider. Now I do want that 5th land. Okay, this gets Faceless Haven up, which is nice. And with Iymrith in hand, I'm just going to sit back and play defense. Iymrith is a card that mono white does not have an easy time beating. Elite Spellbinder. We are not going to want Iymrith getting taken out of our hand. No thank you. Let's grab I think it's just Mascot Exhibition. That card does some good work against our opponent. And happy to trade for Sun Gold Sentinel here before it becomes unblockable at some point in the future. Opponent's hand being a bit sluggish is really good for us. Yeah, the full art snow-covered lands are just beautiful, for sure. So Mascot Exhibition's going to get expensive here, but Iymrith seems like a pretty hard card for them to deal with. If they have a Maul of the Skyclaves right now, we could be in some peril. But fortunately, it's more 1/1s. And Ascendant Spirit's a fantastic draw, too, as far as creatures that block go. We get to cast it. We even get to cast Suspicious Stowaway. This way, if we hit him with Iymrith, we get to draw 3 cards, which is very exciting. And I think, like, making sure the Stonebinder block is, like, extra forced. The Spellbinder block is extra forced is worth it here. Wow, okay. I'll draw 3. Good stuff all around. I am going to cast another Stowaway here and hold up the Spirit. So if they have like a Brutal Cathar or something... Ah, we're Intrepid Adversary. That's a card too, huh? Genuinely kind of forgot this card exists. Okay, that's fine. We have 3 more Divide by Zeros, 4 Fading Hope. We have to consider. Legit question about whether I'm supposed to consider and try and consider into a Fading Hope, but I don't think the odds are quite good enough for that to make sense. I think we gotta play a little bit of defense. Honestly, maybe it's just block Familiar. Do I double block the small one or just single block the big one? I think we single block the big one. Huh. Can double block here, we lose Ascendant Spirit. I think it's this. This is tough. I'm just about to like draw a bunch of cards with Iymrith again, so I just don't think we're necessarily going to be spending a bunch of mana pumping up Ascendant Spirit there. Negate! That's not very helpful. Okay, we'll start with Consider here. If we had to land off of this, we're just drawing extra cards off Iymrith. That said, I don't really want to land. I'd much rather a Fading Hope, and I'm going to be digging for one here. Okay, hit the land, that's fine. I don't think we're pumping Faceless Haven here. I'd rather have it to block with. Am going to be attacking with Stowaway, am I? I don't think so. Maybe. Really want to hit that Fading Hope. Let's see. If we attack with Stowaway, we have a Faceless Haven to block even if everything goes completely wrong. Which means we don't... No, we do die pretty easily. If we're not careful here, I'm going to hold back the Stowaway. Draw 2. Hopefully something that affects the board in here. Great. Fading Hope's awesome. Golly! Alright, opponent definitely not here to make things easy for us. It's not really their job, I guess. This card's pretty good. This card's pretty good. Divide by 0 is pretty good too, though. Keep that one on top. Cave of the Frost Dragon, okay. So now what? Well, that's true, man. Leggings, that is true. Although, no. Attacking with Faceless Haven there was definitely wrong, because I don't know what we're going to draw off Iymrith. Alright, Mascot Exhibition's still too expensive to actually cast. Do I divide by 0 now? Gosh, we can put him to 1. That's sad. If I divide, I can pick up Teachings. Could also pick up Sciences and go to 7, which means I actually get a safe attack with Iymrith. Ooh, that's good, right? That seems really good. I mean, I can attack with Dragon Divide during their turn, that's true, but would I rather divide now so I can cast something this turn, because all my learned targets are sorcery speed? Got plenty of time to think about it. Oh, crap. You know, I actually did think I had already, I forgot that I already played a land this turn. That's not great. Hey, the Ninja! Good to see you here. Wish that I had made a better play that turn, in your honor, but the saw it coming that we ripped off the top, fortunately, is gonna propel us there. Ah, we could have negated our own Sciences. That would have been a really good way to lose to Cave of the Frost Dragon. Brutal Cathar. No... thank you. Fortunately, we get to sideboard out this negate, which is going to be real nice. Okay, I have Castable Mascot Exhibition now, so we should be fine. We just get to force the block. Show off all of our cool mascots. And at some point we'll draw another Fading Hope, and it'll all be good to go. Aw, thanks, Metal Fox. Yeah, these adversaries are big. They're getting a lot of life, but it still just trades with a 4/4. If they had Portable Hull for the 4/4, I'd have been a little tilted, but even so, should be fine. At some point, Iymrith just kind of takes over. One would hope, at least. Okay, so we get to force the trade by pumping Faceless Haven here, and that should be it. So nice safe 7. There's no reason that we have to worry about dying. Another Sot Coming's nice. Might as well foretell it. Okay, winning game 1. Really, really, really big here. It's not an easy matchup at all. Okay, so sideboard plans. We cut Negate. Negate doesn't really do very much. Generally want to cut some number of Sot Comings just because 3-mana counter on the draw is really slow. You kind of want to be playing to the board a lot against them. We bring in all 4 Tempted by the Uruk. As far as cards that are not super great go, Suspicious Stowaway is also on that list. It just doesn't block at all, and you really need to be able to block at least a little bit against them. Dragon Turtle comes in. Into the Royal comes in. I bring in 1 more Malevolent Hermit because it's still better than Stowaway. Don't want Disdainful Stroke. And this is the best plan I'm able to figure out. Into the Royal, you know, it's a bit of a C tier bounce effect, but I looked at all the blue cards in Standard, and there was nothing that seemed better at doing what I needed to do here than Into the Royal. It is better than Bind the Monster, I think. And better than Multiple Choice. Those were the next 2 closest candidates. Were we on the draw, Man Leggings? We were definitely not on the draw. We blocked their 1-drop with our Malevolent Hermit when they attacked with it on turn 2. So, don't give us too much credit. And also, Robocup, you, sorry, I just let your message through. So you asked before if I could jump with Haven Attack Pretend. Probably. I feel like I was not making the sharpest decisions that game. I'm just thinking a little slowly. Having just gotten back into Magic, and I did have time to work with. Should have tried to work with the time a little more. Okay, well, we got a Fading Hope. We've got a Hermit. I think this is a keep. The double Jwari Disruption is definitely awkward, but you know, it's not like we get to like mulligan for the perfect hand. That's not a thing. We just gotta pray they don't have Aspirant. Great. Paladin class. Okay, that can get Divide by 0'd, which is nice. Problem is, it makes Fading Hope really expensive. Josh, Paladin class is actually brutal against us. We never even really considered how strong that is. Alright, we're going to have to try for Malevolent Hermit and pray they don't have a Skyclave Apparition. Eesh, yeah, Paladin class, another great reason to cut Sot Coming. Alright, I think this is a no block, but it's tricky. Probably just supposed to try and get rid of their creatures whenever possible, right? Worst case scenario, they just jam a Sun Gold Sentinel, and that's fine still. We still 1-for-1. I think we just gotta take every opportunity to get creatures off the board, especially when they have a Glorious Anthem literally sitting there in play. Okay. Is what it is. Another Hermit's not bad. Gives me something to do while playing a tap land, which is key. Now if they activate Paladin class, we're about to take a bunch of damage, but it is what it is. Okay. Well, at least stopping one thing from attacking. Could be worse. Oh, wow. Oh, no, no, stopping anything from attacking. What am I talking about? Awkward. Very awkward. But they are missing land drops, which is a blessing, so we're actually getting kind of close to stabilizing, maybe? Hopefully? Alright, so we just go ahead, divide the Sentinel here, I think. Trying to think there's a reason to Fading Hope here. I just think we gotta spend mana where we can. Save the cheap spell for later. So you get out of here. Gonna go get probably just Exhibition over Sciences here. And see if we can just take advantage of everyone's missed land drops for long enough. Ouch! Okay, Adeline was not who I wanted to see here today. I can still afford to no-block this. I think I'm going to need to chump Adeline with Malevolent Hermit here, so I think I need to no-block. I think this has to be Iymrith over Spectral Adversary with Paladin class in play, and we're just going to... Well, we'll see. Are we actually dead to Paladin class activation? We might be dead to Paladin class activation. Yeah, we're dead to Paladin class activation, huh? Ouch. Wow. Yep, no, we're dead. If our opponent plays this correctly, which we'll give them a chance to do that, but I think they are going to. Yep, 8 damage. That is, that's too much damage. Wow, yeah, maybe we could have... I don't know what else we were supposed to do there. Paladin class just kind of screwed us, but... Yeah, I don't actually know what we're supposed to do at all. Feels like that game should have been winnable with them missing their third land drop twice. But Stonebinder's Familiar, too strong. Match 2, Hoppy Hippo. At some point I might get a record command up. We're kind of rushing today just because our first match took forever. We are on a limited time here. Alright, let's just draw like 2 copies of Tempted by the Uruk. Tempted by the Uruk is extremely good against our opponent's deck. Double Divide by 0, double Consider Adversary. Can I keep this? I think I can. Okay. I think this is going to be Adversary. Being held up here in case of some Gold Sentinel. And Ascendant Spirit or Divide by 0. I think we're looking to Ascendant Spirit here. If they have like a Brutal Cathar or a Skyclave Apparition, this is ugly, but if I think Adeline is dangerous enough that I like the idea of having the Spirit down. Hoppy Hippo, I assume Get Luckier is referring to the deck I'm playing, but yes, I would be happier playing against Epiphany than against Mono White, that's for sure. We'll see if they have the Portable Hole or whatever. Okay, it's Adeline, so that's totally fine. That's exactly what we wanted to see, because they can't attack safely with Luminar Gasprint here. And Divide by 0 does a great job of holding off this relatively expensive card. So does Spectral Adversary, for that matter. So do I attack? They're going to make this a 3/3. I think I do attack here. If they double block, I get to Divide by 0 the Adeline and kill the Aspirant. If they don't block, it's whatever, it's fine. And I'm not blocking their 3/3 Aspirant with Ascendant Spirit next turn, so this is actually an attack. Weird as it may look. Thanks, Silly Don't Know. That's the fountain outside my house, which I will go and close the window for now. But let me just play out this turn first. Phase out Adeline so they can't get a creature by attacking me. Or hit me with this. And I will gladly trade with Luminary Aspirant if they feel like offering it. Okay, Elite Spellbinder's fine. I've got 2 Divide by Zeros. 1, 2 Divide by Zeros, count them. Okay, tempted by the Uric. That is what the doctor ordered. That was a perfect draw. Absolutely perfect. And we're throwing the counter on Ascendant Spirit here, I think, over Adversary. Yep. I guess this gives him a safe attack with Adeline, does it? No, we can still double block Adeline here. That was supposed to go on the Aspirant, though, I think, so I could have 1 creature that could block the Adeline. Yeah, I don't think I can attack. Alright, it's going to be interesting. We're certainly scared of Intrepid Adversaries a little bit. But my deck has a bunch of good cards in it now, which was not true in Game 1. And Ascendant Spirit does eventually tend to dominate these if we can go long enough and they don't find a Brutal Cathar. Brutal Cathar is really good against this deck, by the way. It's very, very strong. Okay, don't care about Sun Gold Sentinel too much. It can get through unblocked after a while, but it's fine. Oh wow, they're just coming in. Okay. So... perfectly happy to get rid of Adeline here. Block this token. And we either keep a persistent source of extra power and toughness around, or we keep Ascendant Spirit around. Either way, I'm pretty happy. Okay, cool. Oh, hello. That one, please. Yay! Entrancing Melody is back, folks. Entrancing Melody is back, and better than ever. It's real, and it's spectacular. Alright, we're going to make 1 creature that can block Sun Gold Sentinel. We're going to make 1 creature that gives our opponent the business. So Brutal Cathar is still pretty awkward against Tempted by the Uric, I think. I assume it gives the creature back to them if Brutal Cathar gets killed, but... Alright, I'm loving the lack of Intrepid Adversary from our opponent this turn. Intrepid Adversary was the other thing we had to worry about a bit. Pretty glad to make this trade. And yep. Yep, they are in trouble now. We still have to watch out for Intrepid Adversary, but in general, double Aspirant should be pretty dominant here. I think I actually do put this in the graveyard, because they've got plenty more where that came from anyway. Eater Santana, I just stopped streaming for a few months. That's the change. Alright, so we're going to make one of these big enough to... I think we just... Yeah... Do I make one of these big enough not to be double blocked? I don't really care if one of them gets double blocked. I think I'll make one of them big enough to block Usher of the Fallen and attack with the other one. If they want to double block, that's obviously fine. And these 2 Divide by Zeros can get respectively Environmental Sciences and Mascot Exhibition. Almost hold up this Divide by Zero to stop Intrepid Adversary, which is the only card we're afraid of here. Other than Brutal Cathar, which we are still afraid of. Okay, and we just win with Divide by Zero now. Yay! Tempted by the Uric did the thing it was supposed to do. Still kind of amazed we won that first game. Whew! Okay, 2-0. 2-0. Hopefully all the other mono-white decks are, finishing their opens one way or the other. We get to Playing in some slower stuff now, but when your Monoblue aggro deck is getting beaten up by aggro decks of other colors, just look for your local mind control effect and hope it works. Sure. Mind Flayer being 5 mana versus 4 is a really big difference, Mr. Hyde. Mind Flayer being... Yeah, it's not easy for them to kill, which is nice. It doesn't die to Portable Hole. They pretty much need Brutal Cathar, which opens up some other blowouts. But I think just running some 5-drops in my sideboard for the aggro matchup feels bad, because I don't think Mind Flayer is especially good against green, because green's always going to have, 6 fight spells in against you anyway. I'm not really thinking about that, Jofu, in part because I entered 3 times yesterday, so I don't think breaking even's really breaking even's harder for that reason. Probably like 5 wins or something, but I'm mostly just not even really, setting my sights on a particular hard arc here, just trying to take it one match at a time. Well, yeah, Mr. Hyde, the point is a 5 and a 4 mana spell are like really different there. Like it's not as good. It's not nearly as good as Tempted against mono green, and I just don't know if we can afford to have more sideboard cards against mono white that are like kind of devoted just to that matchup. It might be better than Dragon Turtle. It's entirely possible it's better than Dragon Turtle, which is a card I'm not really a big fan of. Okay, love it when the opponent plays their Spike Field Hazard on turn 1 and doesn't kill my Malevolent Hermit with it. We are going to put that to the graveyard. Alright, Malevolent Hermit protecting Ascendant Spirit is fun times. Yeah, Dragon Turtle might be worse than Mind Flayer. Definitely have not been that impressed with Dragon Turtle, but just having a creature you could cast before turn 5 or whatever that actually does something to the board is... No! Wow. Alright, punish for Hubris instantly. We're just going to jam Spirit and pump it up immediately so it gets out of Prismari command range. The good news is that Iymrith does tend to destroy these blue-red decks. Demon Bolt implies they might be the Galvanic Iteration version, which is a little awkward. Alright, let's see if we can find another threat to make them do something here. Saw Coming's pretty good too, I guess. Do I foretell it? Nah, they could be expressively iterating. I'm just going to wait. Kind of hope they expressively iterate so I can just Iymrith them, although I have to watch for Dwari Disruption slightly. Okay. Do not let your opponents resolve their early draw twos. That is kind of... It's a little bit like the Go Blank principle here. Like, the reason that Go Blank is good is because this deck just kind of needs a lot of mana to do stuff. And yep, they need untapped land, burn down the house. If they don't have that specific set of cards, things are about to get tricky for them, especially because I can Fading Hope the Iymrith. This card's hard to pronounce, chat. We've even got a Fading Hope to bring it back if they try to divide by 0 it. This stream, it's safe to express most controversial Magic opinions on this stream, I would hope. I didn't actually draft. I think I drafted Eldraine like 3 times in my life. Oh, not counting the bot drafts. I did. This is back when they had bot drafts as like the... was that the only option for drafting, I think? I think this is before player drafts on Arena. Okay, so I'm going to cast Fading Hope here just because it literally is free. It draws me a card off of Iymrith. And I think I don't send in Faceless Haven here. It's tough. I think I would rather have a better chance to draw a Divide by Zero, like draw a counterspell that I can use if they try to burn down the house here. Somewhat close, though. Somewhat close. Okay, Negate's awesome. And hi there, Weckus. And yeah, D-Mac, I mean, Hermit's, I don't blame him. Hermit's really good. It's a really good card. I eventually moved to some main deck Hermits for myself for that reason. Alright, what do we got? We got to burn down the house, we got to Divide by Zero we're going to try. Whatever it is, Negate has got us covered. They're not even playing Hermit, which I guess implies probably Unexpected Windfall. In which case they're going to be pretty sad. Fading Hope. Yeah, I am fine with that. Nope. Alright, let's see if they have the burn down the house now. But definitely did not want to let them generate a bunch of treasures there. And yes, Iymrith animation value is what this deck is all about, for sure. Get to cast Ascendant Spirit to again threaten to draw a couple cards. There's honestly a world where I would consider Fading Hoping the Benevolent Geist. I actually think we live in that world. I don't know why I said it that way, like it was all speculative. Get out of here, Benevolent Geist. Opponent can get their Hermit back, that's fine. I just want to draw 3 cards off of Iymrith. Also, our deck is very good at kind of ignoring Malevolent Hermit as a card. Like, we have tons of mana at this point, we don't really care about the ability. And our opponent has a pretty tough time, like, killing their own Hermit. Draw 3, lovely. And do I tap for Stowaway? I think we just go Foretell, pass? Nah, I think having Ascendant Spirit available, just go in and kill them seems nice. Yeah, Iymrith is really, really savage. Foretell pass was also an option. It seems hard to go too far wrong here. I think we're in a commanding position. Yeah, knock it off. Ooh, surprise negate. Okay. Pump this before they can Spike Field Hazard here, I think. Yeah, I think so. So 6 and 8 treasures, which they're probably going to have to use just to get Malevolent Hermit out immediately. If we draw a land, they're dead to Faceless Haven. Actually, they're dead to... Yeah, we didn't even need this because we have the Adversary for their thingy. Right, yeah, this adds up. Okay. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Okay. So, sideboarding against this deck, I want some strokes, I want some Hermits. And I want to cut some Fading Hopes, and I want to cut some Spectral Adversaries. Seems right. Losing Fading Hope is dangerous against Smoldering Egg. Smoldering Egg is a card that can easily kind of gank this deck if we're trimming an interaction for it, but I think the spells are still the more dangerous part of the equation. Here, while we're waiting for our opponent, put a little record command up. Yeah, Silvery Mask. Paul has said Delvers. I played the deck a little bit and realized that Delver of Secrets is a horrible card. So I decided to replace it with Spectral Adversary, which I think is a better card. Like, I think Paul's just had Delvers, and then it had like 23 instants and sorceries, which is just not what you ever want. Spectral Adversary actually gives you some play against the aggro decks. What kind of question is that, Weed? I just made my opinion known. No, Delver does not seem very good in Standard to me. It's just very slow. You're doing an enormous amount of work to have a 1-mana 3/2 that just dies to the same stuff as, you know, all the other small creatures in the format. It still gets Spikefield Hazard on turn 1. It still gets, you know, killed by Dragon's Fire, Demon Bolt at any point. And if you ever draw it after turn 1 or so, it's dramatically worse. As opposed to Special Adversary, which only gets better the longer the game goes. Like, I'm not 100% confident the deck needs to be playing 4 Spectral Adversary or whatever, but I'm pretty confident Delver is just garbage. Alright, this hand's... It's a little awkward to draw both of the Spectral Adversaries, and we trimmed on them because they're weaker. But, it's fine. When I say it's fine, what I mean is we're probably going to lose. Opponent getting to cast this draw 2 here is rough. Yeah, just raw card quantity matters so much. Just their being able to actually hit land drops is how they get off these busted turns. But if you just don't Spikefield Hazard me, I'd appreciate it. Hey! Not getting Spikefield Hazarded, Pog. Go for it, Pro Donut. There's probably a competitive circuit out there somewhere. People do all kinds of weird stuff. Alright, hopefully Hermit suppressing Unexpected Windfall can be helpful to us. Let's get their own Hermit, which is fine. Is it fine? Or do I just hit this with a saw it coming? No, I think it's fine. I think I'm going to go ahead and live by the thing I was saying before about let's just not ever let their Hermit die. And it won't do very much, hopefully. Now, they will be able to sack it at some point, but then it takes a whole turn for them to bring it back. New player detected. I am doing great. When I'm streaming, it's a sign that things are going okay, in many respects. Alright, do I cast another Spectral Adversary here? I think I do. I think we just kind of keep throwing these out there. We do not pump it here, because I would like to keep Hermit up at all times, but just forming a clock. Jam another Hermit here. This lets me, so we can already stop burning down the house. Burn down the house. Feel like we want the Hermit here. What are the things I'm mainly worried about? I'm worried about my opponent, doing like Unexpected Windfall and untapping and just casting an Epiphany. Basically, we can never let them resolve an Epiphany, because if they resolve an Epiphany, we're toast, because we're relying on these 2 Spectral Adversaries to kill them. So yeah, that's what's going on. Behold the Multiverse. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Good to know that's around. Sadly, this one's probably an Epiphany. I think if they do nothing here, I'm probably supposed to divide by 0 the Hermit end of turn, just so I can start, kind of like threaten lethal and stuff. The thing that could like really destroy me here would be Cinderclasm. So I'm gonna hope they don't have Cinderclasm available. May just have to assume they don't have it in order to win this one. Smoldering Egg, okay. Tricksy little card there. Do I go for Saw It Coming here? No, that kills the Hermit. It comes back. We do get to divide it if it comes back. I think we gotta let the egg happen. And I think we try to bounce the Hermit here, actually. And hope they don't have Cinderclasm. Yeah, it's the play. No Cinderclasm, please. It would be very, very sad. But they've tapped off of double red for Windfall, so I feel like this is our best shot. And they're really giving it some thought. My guess is they're just thinking whether they want to sack this. Okay, Spikefield Hazard is fine. That doesn't bother me too much. Nice. Okay, and I'm gonna pick up. How many cards are in their hand? Do I pick up Teachings here? I think it's Teachings. Okay. They've got Field of Ruins, so we're not going to be doing Faceless Haven things. Big potential threat to my livelihood here is like Galvanic Iteration burn down the house. But nothing much we can do about that. Okay. Divide the Hermit. Nope. Gonna use this Jawari Disruption while we can. Stop our opponent from Okay, so if they cast this Epiphany, they get to flip the egg. We counter the Epiphany with Hermit. And then I can win by drawing Divide by 0 or Fading Hope or Spectral Adversary. Yeah, Spectral Adversary works so I can attack with Haven and then flash it into phase. So I don't have any more adversaries, so it doesn't work. I can almost force their egg to trade with a Faceless Haven, but not quite, so I'm probably losing. Or they could just, like, you know, Spikefield Hazard the Hermit and cast an Epiphany and I lose. Yeah, that's tough. It's possible I was supposed to divide by 0 the egg instead of the Hermit there. They could have countered it that way, but yeah, I don't really know. Divide the Hermit, flip the egg. Yeah, this is rough. They get to go learn for a... I think I counter this just to stop them from automatically getting another cheap card. They paid for it for some reason, which is weird, but okay. Ooh, Ascendant Spirit's fascinating. Okay. We've got Saw It Coming for their Epiphany. So I think this just looks like... Animate, swing, put them to 2 so that spirit is... Oh, crap. Oh, crap. I had to tap. That was wrong. Ah, I had to tap the other Haven, the Haven, because now I don't have enough blue to play the spirit and hold up the Sod coming. That's tough. That's tough. Am I even supposed to attack with the spectral adversaries? Does it make a difference whether they're at 4 or at 2 at this point, given what else is going on? Yeah, I can foretell it instant speed during combat. It still doesn't let me play the spirit. It's like mana efficient, and that's what I'm likely to be doing. Well, I can just foretell end of turn as well. Yeah, I'm probably supposed to attack with the adversaries, so I should assume that they're just all going to die anyway here. Okay, yeah, that was super awkward. Alright, we'll see though. It's a winnable game. You know, we have Divide by Zero, we have Fading Hope, we have stuff we can pull out. But opponent just like casting Malevolent Hermit, or if they cast like an Expressive Iteration this turn, it's trouble. They have Field of Ruin they can hold up. It's not good. What happened that we're weird on? I don't know what that means. And yeah, I think that's a nope. I'm going to say no to that one. Maybe I'm supposed to allow it because that was like my last counterspell for Epiphany. So they can just play Hermit and have blockers up for the Faceless Havens. If they don't have an untapped land, they can't do that and keep up Field of Ruin, which is nice. We get to force the Ashmouth kill. Yeah, man, like, we just had to leave up more blue mana than we did, and I just like didn't tap a Faceless Haven. I was supposed to tap a Faceless Haven. Okay, so they're able to do Hermit, leave up field. But I draw Divide by Zero, which is pretty poggers. So I think this looks like activate Faceless Haven, attack with it. When they go to Field of Ruin it, I divide the dragon. And now there's no reason to hold up a bunch of blue mana. Okay. And we might as well just bounce... Yeah, we have to bounce the Ashmouth now before they get an island for this Hermit. So I'm going to do that. Exhibition or Sciences? We've currently got 7 mana that we're going to have access to. I think it's Exhibition. Okay, so they've got Epiphany now. They can go Egg into Epiphany next turn if they have the untapped land. I think we just go Spirit Pump over Hermit out of the graveyard. Hermit is a flyer by default, but I don't think that matters. Okay, we're probably losing this one, but we'll see. Opponent's currently at 18 minutes, we're at 19, no one's going to lose on time here. Yeah, so like land iteration kills us, a land egg Epiphany probably kills us. If they don't have the untapped land, and they can't both egg and Epiphany, that's our main out here. Okay, that's great. Forced tap land. You love to see that. I mean, still in a lot of potential trouble. There are a lot of ways this could go very badly from here. We're not at all favored to win, but giving ourselves a chance. Problem is that all the cards in their deck are just Epiphanies, Galvanic Iterations, Expressive Iterations, and Divide by Zeros. Cards we can't beat. Okay, this into Windfall. Yeah, this deck is just too good at pulling together sick turns. Yeah, I'm trying to figure if that turn might have cost us the game. I don't know. It might have cost us the game. Not having that one extra threat down. Okay, well they didn't flip the egg immediately, which is cool, I guess. Try to get through this for one more turn, I suppose. But we're about 99.8% to lose. Yes. They can even flash this back, just to not even use anything, and they can flip the egg whenever they want to. Worth noting. Oh, they have Hermit. What am I doing? It's countered by Hermit. Gross. Okay. That was dumb. That was really, really dumb. Could have just Faceless Haven, Malevolent Hermit. That would have been a better play. Just literally forgot this card was even on the battlefield as I was staring at it. Alright, I'll actually just scoop here. There's no chance we win the game with them untapping with these treasures in this, and we are going to run out of time for the arena open if we're not careful. Alright, let's just get an easy game through here. Let's just cast Stowaway on turn 2, and they're not going to have a Spikefield Hazard, and we're going to beat them with that. Rough game, though. Rough game. I do actually, looking back, think that I feel like we have a very solid chance of winning if we just tap the mana correctly. But, lesson for next time. If we didn't want to learn lessons, we shouldn't have been playing 4 copies of Divide by Zero. Thanks, Rumty. Also, hi, Rumty. Is your arena open over? Did you make the big money? Hopkins, I think I played one match against Monogreen in testing, and one did not feel particularly... Oh wait, no, I played 2 matches, and I think I won both of them. Monogreen's draws were pretty poor in the second match, but Tempted by the Uruk is really good, especially against Ren and 7. Toad's fair, empty. I definitely sat out the last set myself. Okay, this isn't quite what I asked for, but it's not bad. We're going to play Jwari Disruption as a land just because I definitely need to be hitting my land drops for Iymrith. But put up mulliganed, and turn 5 Iymrith does just kind of barbecue people. Ooh, someone's trying to be fancy and hold up a Spikefield Hazard, huh? Okay, so we could either foretell Sot coming or we could throw down Adversary here. I I'm not sure. I guess it's just adversary. But there is a part of me that wants to be able to go like next turn and cast Ascendant Spirit, hold up Slot Coming plus Spirit stuff, maybe, and do a bigger special adversary later. Not sure. This does let them Jwari Disrupt, but I didn't want to let them Spikefield Hazard on their own turn. Okay, they didn't have anything, and I had a Suspicious Stowaway. That's cool. I like Suspicious Stowaway. Alright, so we're ready to die to Cinderclasm, I think. Am I ready to die to Cinderclasm? I think I'm ready to die to Cinderclasm if they turn out to have it. I will take my lumps and leave. This Ascendant Spirit Suspicious Stowaway turn is just like a little bit too good. Is that true? Huh. Maybe it's just Ascendant Spirit. Hold up the activation. Like, there's no reason to just play Stowaway. If I'm playing Stowaway, that basically is saying I don't think you have Cinderclasm. I don't know. Coward stream? I think it's a coward stream. Okay, no iteration. Ego is down, and alright, we're going to activate Spirit now. This way, if they have a Spikefield Hazard, they have to play it before the egg comes down. Cool. Okay. They can't block Ascendant Spirit because we can pump it. If they have a Fading Hope, they can block, but I'm fine getting this Fading Hoped. Wouldn't really care that much. And yeah, I think we go ahead and with Foretell, I think I hold up the ability to pump this to a 4/4. If they want to Demon Bolt this, I can then resolve Iymrith, which is very strong. If they go for iteration, I'm going to counter it. Okay. Do I counter this? I don't think so. Maybe I do. Maybe it does make sense to counter this, honestly. Yeah, I think so, actually. Because if we counter this, and they can't get rid of Spirit, and I get to pump it and attack them for 6, it's like pretty hard for them to have a turn next turn that does anything useful. Like the best thing they could do would be to cast Burn Down the House, and if they cast Burn Down the House, we just kind of are in great shape anyway. Yeah, so if they burn down the house, it's like pretty hard for them to actually flip the egg. They would have to go like Shatter Skull Smashing, I think. Unless they cast Burn Down the House. I guess they could cast Burn Down the House and just make Devils, but then Ascendant Spirit just attacks as a 6/6. Tough call. Real tough call. Okay. I guess Galvanic Iteration of Demon Bolt kind of sucks, but I just land Iymrith after that, which is fine. Yeah, maybe I was supposed to jam the stowaway here. But Cinderclasm is really dangerous. Okay, Windfall. Alright, they're gonna get to flip the egg here. No, that one seems good. I like that one. They didn't have anything to do. Great. And they are dead. Yeah. Not... I mean, they didn't have anything. They kind of passed auto-passed there. But what I can do is just, you know, in case they were bluffing me somehow, I can Faceless Haven attack and then divide the egg if they cast a spell. I don't know. I kind of don't think they have anything. What do they have to have? They'd have to have Fading Hope exactly? If they have Fading Hope exactly, I lose. If I kill the egg and have Divide by 0 up, I should just win anyway. So we're going to just play nice and smooth here. Okay. They have 2 treasures, it's true. Okay, they had nothing, so we should be fine. Should be good to go, especially with Faceless Haven ready in case of, I don't know, burn down the house plus counterspell. So they can't iterate Nexus, or iterate Epiphany. They don't have enough mana for that. Yes, Hobby Hippo, but if I swing and pump the Spirit and they have Demon Bolt or Fading Hope, I get smoked and I lose the game. And they auto-pass through the end of their turn after casting the Windfall, which makes me think like it's 95% chance they don't have anything, but you never know if I've like misjudged the timing of things, or if they, you know, cleverly set their stops in such a way as to try and trick me into activating the Spirit. Versus if I just activate Faceless Haven and they don't, if they don't have a Fading Hope effect, I don't think they win after I activate Faceless Haven anyway. And doing the activation lets me not get as blown out by interaction. Yeah, Divide by 0, another option. A lot of ways for that to go horribly wrong. Yep, 3-0. 3-0, yeah. Fading Hope is the card that matters because of Divide by 0, but also they get to flip up the Ashmouth, which is awkward. Yeah. Okay, let's edit this viewer message. Alright, big challenge here is just going to be find enough matches to play. And also, you know, win some matches, because we're not guaranteed to keep winning. Whew, but it does feel good to be back and playing a deck that is, I'm pretty confident, unique on the ladder. Stole it from Pablo, but then made a bunch of changes. I like the Consider Silvery Mess. The main reason to play Consider is just because there aren't very many good cards in this format for Monoblue. So Consider just gives us more access to the good cards that we want to be playing. And whatever we play instead of Considers would be a lot worse. Like, they're originally here because this was a Delver deck, but I'm still pretty happy just having access to them. Like, having virtual access to almost another copy of Tempted by the Uric against aggro decks, for example, post-board is incredible. Hey, Lone Delphi. Thanks. It was a pretty nice summer. Yeah, yes. Well, this deck, you don't have to worry about playing against Monoblue Tempo regularly. This deck is extremely easy to hate out. If you want to play a deck that beats this deck, there are a lot of cards that do. Turn 1 Field of Ruin. I don't know what to make of that. Gonna hold up Dory Disruption here. We would really like to cast this at some point because we're not going to need it for mana. Man Leggings and Texas deck are going first against it. I don't know. I don't know this deck necessarily has a better than 50% matchup against any deck in the format. Cinderclasm is very good against it. Playing a bunch of Spikefield Hazards is very good against it. You got many options. I'm just going to say that. You have many options if you want to beat this deck. Hey, Crux Delta, I will say that I don't think my Day 2 decks are necessarily spicy all that often. I think the last time I had a big Arena Open Day 2, I played Team or Paradox Engine Day 1, and then Coward switched into Sultai for Day 2. Come on, give me something I can disrupt. Give me something I can disrupt. You know you want to do it. You know you want to do it. Why would they play turn 1 Field of Ruin, chat? Why would they play turn 1 Field of Ruin? I guess they maybe started with a 2-lander Field of Ruin pathway and wanted to see what color they wanted their pathway to be? I don't know. I don't know. The other option I had there was to Fading Hope my own Spirit. Possible that was better, but yeah, I don't know what's going on. I guess they're going to have blue mana. The lovely thing is if they want a Field of Ruin here, we get to double pump the Spirit and get it out of Cathartic Pyre range, which is really fun. Can still be Demon Bolted or Thundering Rebuked or whatever, but, you know, makes it slightly more likely they can't really deal with it. That's fine. Happy for them to spend 3 mana getting rid of my 1 mana permanent. Oh, wow. They rummaged. I'm impressed. It is not often you find people who are willing to just go ahead and do the rummage. Do I consider here? I don't think there's a reason to main phase consider. Okay, and they look to be on Galvanic Iteration stuff, just with an awkward early draw there. So if they go for Spikefield Hazard or Sparring Command, I can just activate the ability again in response. They might not know that. People often play weirdly around Spirit. We're letting them windfall here if they want to, which is a little tricky, but it's not like we can, I don't know, I think we don't win by sticking around and trying to stop them from ever windfalling. I don't think that's a winning line. I think I might just put that in the yard and try to kill them with Ascendant Spirit and draw as many counters as possible here. Tough call. Not sure that's right. There's really not much we can do about them just like foretelling an Epiphany and then casting Iteration Epiphany next turn. Do I let them have Expressive Iteration? They only have 1 blue up, actually. So if they want to cast this again, they have to use a treasure to do it? Huh. I actually think I will divide this. Partly because if they do just recast it and then kill the Spirit or something, I can get Mascot Exhibition and just cast it, which is not a bad way to use my next turn. Okay, that's fine. Watching my opponent use a treasure there feels great. Definitely a tricky game. Ooh, okay. They're still not going to be able to... Okay, so they're now in Epiphany iteration range, which is scary. What am I going to do then? I draw and divide by 0. I think what I'm going to do is activate Faceless Haven, hit them, play Spirit, hold up, divide by 0. I think playing Mascot Exhibition into an Epiphany is not a good idea. I should have thought more about this play before I made it. This play was probably bad. Because if they just like play Environmental Sciences, they're not actually under potential lethal pressure. So in order to do Epiphany plus Iteration, they have to actually... Yeah, opponent being choked on blue is really good. That means they need an untapped blue source in order to do the thing they want to do. Cathartic Pyre. Alright, am I saving this? I think I do save it. Yeah, I don't see this Fading Hope doing anything stronger than what it's about to do. This is tough, though. I have to go to 8, find another island. Maybe I'm supposed to leave it to 5 by 0 there. That's tough. We have the Faceless Haven, we have the Mascot Exhibition. Maybe I'm just supposed to try and keep them choked on blue. Yeah, this feels bad. This feels real bad. They're just like assembling their combo. Alright, holding up Field of Ruin. What am I doing now? Thinking Spirit Stowaway is the play? Don't worry, I have my eye on that Field of Ruin. I'm watching you, Field of Ruin. I see you. Okay, so we need them not to have Iteration Epiphany, probably. I don't even know if I was supposed to take Mascot Exhibition there. It's just so hard to ever find time to resolve this spell in this matchup. Having access to a draw 2 there would have been really nice. But if they don't have the Iteration... They don't have the Iteration! Is that allowed? Are they allowed to not have the Iteration? Oh my goodness, we got him. We got him! Ha! Woo! Maybe. They could just have, like, Fading Hope, I guess. Well, that was a suspicious pause. Alright, do I think they have Fading Hope? Or do I think they were just deliberately doing the pause? What if I just cast Mascot Exhibition? Yeah, alright, let's just try and get him here. I don't believe in you, opponent. Wow. Oh my goodness. That took a lot of struggle from our opponent. A lot of mana struggles for us to win that one, but we did take it. Good stuff. If you really want to practice your stress responses, chat, play Monoblue in Standard. There are very few easy games. Honestly, Grotlick, I kind of appreciate the half-hearted energy behind that fake. Just, yeah, okay. Alright, I need to caffeinate all my opponent's sideboards. I guess so, Silvery Mess. Stowaway, as far as card advantageous card draw, it's Stowaway, Iymrith, and then the Teachings of the Archaics in the sideboard, which does come up quite often. I'd probably still pub it the second time, Grotlick. Given that I have no way to stop the Epiphany. If I had a counterspell, it's a different matter, maybe. The other thing is Silvery Mess, this isn't really a... This isn't like a control deck that's trying to get like a huge amount of card advantage necessarily. We're very much a tempo deck. It's where we go both ways. The games where we have an Iymrith that's actually just hitting our opponent, we can play as a control deck a little bit, but... This hand is... It's not great. I think it's a keep, but it's not great. Mostly going to hope that Iymrith kind of gets us there, and that we can get some value off this Doorway Disruption. Malevolent Hermit. Okay. Do I just Fading Hope that one immediately? Kind of think we just Fading Hope this one immediately, just to get a Scry, maybe find a Stowaway or something. Okay, well we found the Stowaway. It wasn't exactly the expected circumstance, but let's see. If they just go like Malevolent Hermit, Spikefield Hazard, I'm going to be the saddest of people, but okay. Expressive Iteration means they kind of need Spikefield Hazard and an untap red source here. Oh, the camera? Hello? Huh, weird. I don't know what's going on with the camera. Let's turn it off for now, maybe. I think it looks worse to have it up. No! I hate Spikefield Hazard so much. It's such a terrible card. The good news is once we've started the day-night cycle, future Stowaways become a little more powerful, but ow. That was not how I wanted that to go. Do I just divide this? Just to get a little tempo? It's not even tempo. I don't even know why I was calling that tempo. Alright, we'll see. We'll see. Alright. Oh, it's Iymrith or bust. I'm sure it's on my end for the camera, yeah. Alright, let's divide this one, I think. See if we can tempt them to use the Hermit. If they use the Hermit to get this through, then they shouldn't have counterspells that stop Iymrith. I don't know. This is a terrible situation. Ouch. That's not good. Oh, actually, that's fine. Because now I get to resolve an Iymrith. And, maybe just get there. The fact that they see Iymrith now means that they know they need to grab Burn Down the House, but I actually don't think they saw Iymrith in Game 1, so it's possible they sideboarded out their Burn Down the Houses. I wouldn't be totally surprised to hear that. They do know about Doorway Disruption, which is sad, but whatever. Gosh. Spread of Restoration missing on lands is one of those things that feels like it should happen much more often than it does happen. We did see it once today. We saw the rare occasion once today. It's just these decks playing the spell lands just gives them so many hits off of it. Okay, Windfall is fine. Fun to note that you can stop Malevolent Herd from being able to counter your stuff by Spectral Adversarying it. Not that that's likely to be relevant too often. Okay, this is going to be what we start with here. I think we start with Consider. Looking for lands, because I do want to be drawing a bunch of cards off of Iymrith here. Fading Hope the Hermit, just to get the draw. They want to sack it to counter this, that's totally fine. Slam Adversary. And we can at least stop them from taking 2 extra turns with the Disruption if they don't have an untapped land. Well, no, we can stop no matter what because they don't have a Foretold Epiphany right now. This is still a rough game. I don't think we're likely to win this one, but I guess they know about the Jorai Disruption as well, so it's going to be especially hard. But hey, we just drew 2 cards, you know, we just drew 2 cards. George, welcome back! Now we're playing Disruption on basically anything, just getting the card out of the hand for Iymrith matters. Okay. Oh, but that means no Epiphany, actually. Probably just bouncing Iymrith here. It's possible the Fading Hopes were like timed wrong here, but it's just... it's hard to get much value out of them in general against this deck. Saint Vanilla, congratulations! Let me see if I can remember how to make someone to VIP. I think it's just, what is it? VIP. There we go. Welcome to your new status. Alright, and we're going to Jorai Disruption just because we literally need to get out of my hand. Thank you for the warning. I know. I know about the sad situation in which I have found myself. Don't you worry. Just trying to get this hand empty. Congratulations, Aussie Alex. Yes, I know there's a Geist Toppy Hippo, but this Jorai Disruption as a tapped land is useless. I never want to play this instead of one of the untapped lands in my hand. And the only thing I need to do with this is just get it out of my hand so I can have an emptier hand for Iymrith if I ever hit them. Which is unlikely to work, mind you. It's very unlikely we ever hit them with Iymrith again. We're probably going to get destroyed by a series of Epiphanies here, but we're trying. The other reason to potentially hold it would be if you are, you know, if you think you might resolve a Stowaway later and get to loot it away, but I don't think that's more likely than maybe getting a hit in with Iymrith at some point. But yeah, with Benevolent Geist down, it's possible we just never should have given the excuse to sack the Hermit in the first place. That might have been wrong. Yep, Silver Mess, unfortunately, Stroke. Stroke not doing a lot for us here. Our opponent forgetting what Iymrith does is pretty cool, though. I like the part where they forgot what Iymrith does. Oh, no. No, wait. No! This is how this works, right? It's a counter. That's so elegant. And so horrifying. They didn't even have the Epiphany, and they still just dumpstered us with the Geist, yeah. That's tough. This was the reason that Paulo's team didn't play Monoblue at the Pro Tour, according to his article, or like the main reason. Wow, even found the Stowaway. That's tough. We're dead, right? Yeah. Gonna scoop here. Try to save time again for future rounds. Still pretty happy with this particular build. Tempted by the Uric is like technically a way you can deal with the Spectral guy, but realistically with Divide by Zero and Fading Hope in the decks, it's not super likely to ever matter. It's possible Into the World could be better than Fading Hope, maybe. The 1 mana thing doesn't matter that often, and being able to like draw cards off of your counters seems potentially valuable, and or bounce tokens. Orc doesn't deal with Geist. I mean, you can steal it. And Geist is only spells you control. Non-creature spells you control can't be countered. The other possibility is, am I supposed to just play Dragon Turtle? There's no way, right? There's no way. Okay, never mind. Never mind. It's not the thing. Nah, Fading Hope's probably better. Alright, let's just have a turn 2 stowaway game where they don't have the Spike Guild Hazard immediately. And it's going to be great. Okay, that is what I wanted. That is explicitly what I asked for, so thank you. Yeah, consider helping like smooth our draws in cases like this to make sure we're actually hitting lands is also big. Opponent mulliganing is huge. Huge. Love that. You're good, Hippo. Sorry about the Dolphins. Are they already playing football? It's not even 1 p.m. Eastern yet. Oh, London. That does make sense, I guess, in a certain way. And of course, they could just have the Spike Guild Hazard for my stowaway, at which point we're going to need another threat of some kind, but, you know, we're trying different things here. I am going to actually put this in my graveyard because I badly need land drops, I think is the move here. Okay. Alright, we'll try it. They definitely have Spike Guild Hazard. Oh, the pregnant pause. But whatever, still trading card for card against the opponent who mulliganed. There are worse ways for things to happen. Okay, and hitting land drops is great as well. I'm just gonna chill. Prepare to counter an expressive iteration if one comes down. Just try and make sure we're never letting up on our opponent. Never giving them the opportunity to replenish the cards they lost. Will Fading Hope this adversary if they decide to try and kill it here. Okay, opponent had a lot of spell lands this game. Sure. Alright, this is rough. I mean, they've effectively... I was going to say they've effectively neutered our pressure, but here's a suspicious stowaway. Alright, opponent, you got more removal? Have you got more removal? Please don't. Please don't. Oh, fuck. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no. Oh, no. One more land and we could have had the negate here. They've already used 2 Spike Field Hazards. I don't know how many Cathartic Buyers they're still playing. I just need them to miss. I need them to not have the untapped land. Maybe they hit a Snarl. Maybe they hit a Jawari Disruption. Something. Just give me a little bit of leeway here, please. A little bit of leeway. That's an untapped land. Do they have another removal spell? No. Oh, Demon Bolt. Okay. So it wasn't an Epiphany. Gosh, that's so rough, chat. That's so rough. Alright, still have a chance. Just need to find another threat. Or, you know, if we keep hitting land drops, maybe we just faceless haven them to death eventually. Definitely not letting them iterate again. That is not happening. We also have access to a mascot exhibition. For whatever that's worth. This card. This card is ridiculous. Just giving Izzet straight up no real drawback, honestly. No real drawback. Better version of 2 mana, draw 2 cards. Gross. Alright, do we start hitting with Faceless Haven? I feel like we should start hitting with Faceless Haven here. If they have like removal spell into big spell, then that's problematic, but the longer the game goes, the tougher it's going to be for me to beat, you know, their inevitable Galvanic Iteration turn. The good news is, if they have an unexpected windfall, it's really, really awkward for them now. Oh, Cardboard Live is still responding. Cardboard Live. Yeah, we'll have to get rid of them at some point. Untapped is going to be accurate. Okay. Okay. Okay, lands are still fine. Lands still let me cast, and I mean, I can now cast Mascot Exhibition if I want to. And we now have 2 counterspells up, which is actually a really, really big difference. That's a good question, Silvery MS. Maybe. It's possible that Faceless Haven is better than Jwari Disruption. Goldspan Dragon. What? Excuse me? Okay, that's a fun sideboard card. I assume it's a sideboard card? I'm trying to remember what they even played in Game 1. Maybe they never even played an iteration. I'm just assuming they were iteration the whole time. Alright, they are dividing by 0. I saw it coming. So I'm going to let that resolve. I would love to have a saw it coming. Thanks. Okay, they have staved off a turn with this. They definitely played Windfall before, though. Yeah, I don't know. Feels like I've seen people playing like every possible combination of like blue and red Dragon Z and Ecstasy cards in this format. Very confusing. Like, I even played against somebody who's playing like Galvanic Iteration, Nexus, Unexpected Windfall, Delver of Secrets, which was I was tilted by just on principle. Of course, at any moment they could just Iteration Nexus me, but yeah, no way I'm countering this. No way I'm countering this. Yeah, actually, let's see if the camera's better yet. Is the camera better yet? The camera is not better yet. Sorry for exposing you to that, chat. Ooh, Hall the Storm Giants. Fortunately, we have an itty bitty werewolf to come in and hopefully do the thing. I don't know why I'm manually tapping every turn. I know it's not necessary, but I'm paranoid. Boop. Unblockable 2-power creature. As I said, Crux Delta, very paranoid. Wow, I just did the arm thing, Chad. I just did the thing with my arms that I do when I win, where I put them in the air. Like I just don't care. That was exciting. I was expecting to be out of the open by now. The results last night with this deck were not especially good. Jim Davis! Oh my god. And my camera's broken. No! Thanks, Jim, for the raid, and hello, Jim Davis Raiders. My camera is acting up right now, so I am a disembodied voice, but I hope somebody will stick around to watch some Monoblue be played. We're somehow 4-0. I don't expect that to persist. Thanks for the follow, Jack Waters. Goodness gracious. Wait, our opponent's not playing red-black? Oh my goodness, chat, look at this. It's Kalain Reclusive Painter. This is...
That's the goal.
I don't even know what to say. This is cute. I don't know what to expect.
We need to become Aaron Girdler tonight, chat. That's the goal.
Oh, lots of follows I'm going to have to get to in a second. We're gonna... I think I cast Ascendant Spirit here, right? Yeah, let's cast Ascendant Spirit here. If they go for like a, an Immerstorm Predator or whatever, I'll just Fading Hope it. And I kind of like the idea of saving Spectral Adversary to be a later game card, maybe. Against a deck that runs a bunch of big creatures I can phase out.
We need to become Aaron Girdler tonight.
Thank you very much, Kel Confetti, Crazy Catman, Ropeburn.
We need to become Aaron Girdler tonight, Chad. That's the goal.
And Derek Stormblessed.
We need to become Aaron Girdler tonight, Chad. That's the goal.
Tilton Carp, welcome. Yeah, whoever's saying play what you usually do, that person's correct. Pillar Verge Pathway. Alright, so Mardu treasure stuff?
Aaron Girdler tonight, Chad. That's the goal.
Mardu treasure stuff is interesting. Okay. Don't know what to expect. Well, we have at least one person in the chat, Robocop, who's watching the football and me, so you could just do that. Ultra Axel, thanks for the follow.
We need to become Aaron Girdler tonight, Chad. That's the goal.
Philippe and Epp, thanks for the follow. Tainted Adversary is here. Okay. That is a 2/3 Death Touch. Very interesting. Okay. It's possible I'm supposed to like Fading Hope somewhere in there.
We need to become Aaron
But
Girdler
I don't feel
tonight,
that pressured at the moment. Probably just saving Fading Hope for a Goldspan Dragon is going to be a better plan.
Aaron Girdler tonight, Chad. That's the goal.
Ripback Saprogsy? Thanks for the follows. Alright, do I block Kalane and pump? Or do I kind of into blocking Kalane and pumping? I have a Fading Hope, which like deals with a lot of different messes that could happen, and some people just don't know how Ascendant Spirit works. Maybe our opponent is in this hallowed group. Alright, Deadly Dispute's fine. Of course. And this means I still have mana to consider. Try to keep hitting land drops. It's very, very important to hit land drops the way things are going here. If they want to kill Ascendant Spirit and spend treasure to do it, I'm ecstatic. Even if they're not spending treasure, I'm kind of fine. They can have Ascendant Spirit. I mostly just want to hold up counters for a while now. Yeah, Ascendant Spirit is super cool, Pedro. Really, really like it. Mardu Fury deck from the Red Bull tourney. Well, I have no idea what that is, Crux Delta, but I suppose we're about to find out. Graveyard Trespasser, sure. That is a pretty strong card, and makes it pretty difficult to sit around doing nothing, which is what my deck likes doing. So that's unfortunate. We are at least hitting some lands here. I would be pretty down to trade Ascendant Spirit with Graveyard Trespasser. Is there something I can cast as a spell to stop it from flipping, though? I'd have to cast Fading Hope, which doesn't feel very good. I think we just pass. Gosh, this card's rough. Could attack and just take a lot of damage in the backswing. That doesn't seem very good. Yeah, it's actually kind of tough. They've got a nice block here. A bunch of creatures that are just kind of difficult to block. Duress. Sure. That's fine. And I guess Iymrith kind of locks down the Glutton. And is pretty hard to kill in the meantime. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and even if people know what, yeah, people are welcome to post the deck list of what my opponent's playing, but I'm not gonna look at it. I prefer to be, I guess, surprised by all the interesting things that are going on here. Shambling Ghast, okay. That one resolves. I'm really gonna try my best to kill this Graveyard Glutton if it wants to attack. Another option I have would be to cast Spectral Adversary and phase out their Tainted Adversary and try to double block. That gets me kind of horribly blown out by removal. I can also cast Spectral Adversary, just trade with Tainted Adversary, keep up Ascendant Spirit. Maybe that's better, actually. Is that better? What are the odds they have? Not really, Tuna. I just prefer to give the stream my audience a better experience. I don't care that much about, you know, the slightly higher chance of winning money. I actually think I do cast Spectral Adversary. Opponent's got something going on. So one thing they could do here is sack Shambling Ghast to a Deadly Dispute in response, which is a little annoying. But yeah, maybe I should have played around the second Deadly Dispute there. That was one risk of this play. Although, actually, no, we were always going to be toast. If we had tried to, block with Ascendant Spirit and pump it, they would have just had the same play and given it -1/-1, and we would have been absolutely blown out. So I'm glad we didn't actually go for that. That's nice. Our opponent's got something. I don't know what it is. Okay. Alright, well. Second Desert Doom coming down. And Ascendant Spirit is never blocking here, so we are going to attack with it. Gonna be curious to see if our opponent can actually deal with this. It's not the easiest card to deal with. Of course, we are, you know, our life total is dwindling a little bit. I don't know what kind of burn spells they might have access to, and Tainted Adversary in the late game can just generate a lot of hard-to-get-around stuff. Yeah, Mort makes a good point. Opponent playing Shambling Ghast ahead of time is kind of a sign. Yeah, Iymrith is sick. I've even learned how to pronounce the name. I always thought there was an L in it, and there's not. It's Iymrith. Yeah, I like in general the idea of kind of a damage-focused... No, I don't really know what our opponent's deck is doing. If it is a Casual's Fury deck, Casual's Fury seems like it could conceivably be underplayed. A format that is completely dominated by kind of blue-red. One of blue-red's main weaknesses is no access to life gain. Hey, it's Goldspan Dragon. Hi, Goldspan Dragon, how's it going? Sajiri Shelter. Alright. Oh, yeah, this is probably Casual's Fury. This looks exactly like the old school Fury decks that people played. That's scary, actually. So Showdown of the Scalds. Opponent maybe considering just throwing a Goldspan at me now. Nope, just casting Showdown of the Scalds. Yeah, it's pretty scary. What are they going to hit off that? They hit Kalane, Graveyard Trespasser, some stuff. I mean, we're in serious danger of getting burned out just by Graveyard Trespassers. This is tough. I'm not sure what we're supposed to do here, actually. I guess if I did a land, this would be much easier. You know, we say Mardu Tradebinder, but we're kind of getting destroyed here. I don't know if we can actually win. I guess I jam Stowaway, hold up a counter. We can double block the Trespasser if it comes in, counter their other Trespasser. And good to remember that Divide by Zero can in fact gain us some life, which is nice. They can pump the Goldspan. Actually, they just cast 2 spells, pump the Goldspan enough to get past Iymrith, which is terrible. terrible news for me. I haven't played against Jodo the Skeleton so long that I'm forgetting kind of how the card even works. So we're going to have to divide the gold span here this turn. I think we probably can't afford to be countering stuff. Yeah, their deck might just be great against ours. I don't know if that's true, of course, but anything that can get Goldspan Dragon past a 4/4 kind of has our number. Reckless Storm Seeker, okay, so they're making multiple creatures that can actually attack through Iymrith. That's not good. Gosh, that's just like a lot of stuff. It's just like a lot of spells they're casting because Goldspan Dragon is ridiculous and Satyria Shelter was powerful. Yeah, Rita's dead. We might actually just be dead this turn. What do I have to do? So they didn't put a counter on the Goldspan, which means I can actually block it. Which means I think I have to bounce the Storm Seeker at this point. I don't think I can let them get haste on something. So they attack, we block. We're like forced into chumping stuff. Yeah, I think we have to bounce the Storm Seeker. It really sucks. We're nearly 100% dead at this point. Yeah, we're out. We're getting toasted here. This is rough. I don't even know how to sideboard against this. So we go to 3, we can block, 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 and just be dead? Yeah. Whew! Okay, powerful stuff. Big Goldspan Dragon, Satyria Shelter, all really rough. Disdainful Stroke seems like it should be decent here. Dragon Turtle's kind of interesting. As a way to lock down Goldspan a bit, lock down Graveyard Trespassers, block Stormseekers. Maybe we're just, yeah, I think this just playing a beefy creature seems good. Malevolent Hermit seems pretty bad, actually. Like, yes, it can counter Shadow in the Scalds, but we didn't see any creatures that Malevolent Hermit actually fares well against. Like, it just doesn't block very well, which seems kind of like a debilitating problem. Tempting Bay the Oryx interesting. It's bad against Deadly Dispute, but, like, pretty great against the opponent tapping out for a Reckless Stormseeker or something. Spectral Adversary seems okay, not great. Negate doesn't seem very good. Fading Hope seems okay. Again, not that exciting. Ascendant Spirit just seems hard to invest the mana into very effectively. It's great if you can get it going, but it seems hard to get going. I think I try something like a couple of Strokes and a couple of Tempteds. I don't really know. I did not play this deck on day one. I just qualified with Mono Green. Was not in a particularly spicy mood that day. Alright. Could open up some real pain with Tempted. Turtle is a great blocker. It's possible we want some turtles over Spectral Adversaries. Maybe. In general, it's kind of a poopy card, and you can't tap down Graveyard Trespasser without discarding a card. It trades with their 2-drop Death Touch creature. It doesn't stop Goldspan Dragon. Yeah, it doesn't actually seem that great. Okay, opponent mulliganing. I'm fine with them trading off their stuff against my stuff, and Jori Disruption is beautifully well disguised. Okay, I'm just going to get this down. No, we're not going to have time to pump it later, I don't think. Just want to get a little bit of a clock going. Opponent's definitely in an awkward spot vis-a-vis casting anything next turn, knowing there's attempted by the Uric. Though it is kind of awkward that there's a real possibility of just getting, we can bounce down the bugbear. It's not seriously going to race us, but it is kind of an awkward threat. Yeah, Crux, no test. I maybe should find some room for them somewhere. I was getting beaten up by Lear, so I decided to put in Disdainful Strokes instead, and that might have been wrong. I guess I just want to hide this from a duress. Yep, that is fine. They get to play around Dorai Disruption, but I can just play it as a land. It's not the end of the world. And being able to stop the first Goldspan Dragon is huge. So best draws here are like Iymrith, Divide by Zero, because Divide by Zero can get Mascot Exhibition, which seems like a fantastic card in this matchup. Faceless Haven's also pretty good. Infernal Grasp. Yeah! I guess that's fine. If they've done the Bugbear, I can just trade it with Faceless Haven. It's not so bad. Okay, white mana accomplished. And we are in fact doing this. So, yep. Could steal the 1/1, that would be kind of funny, but I think we'll refrain. It does seem hard for our opponent's deck to actually function without eventually casting something I can Tempted by the Uric. Like, I feel like they've got to have some 3-drops in hand. We want to be careful about how we use this Fading Hope. We do want to make sure that if they play a Graveyard Trespasser, I can discard something to steal it. They could just be waiting for like Deadly Dispute, to like have a creature plus a Deadly Dispute up. Do I counter this? I don't think so. Yeah, this feels like Deadly Dispute. But I've got lots of stuff I could draw that would slow them down a bunch. I can actually Tempted by the Uric plus counter Deadly Dispute, but it's still just a 2-for-2, and then they can resolve a Goldspan Dragon. The question is, if I don't do this now, am I ever going to be able to do it? And I don't know the answer to that question. I think I wait another turn. But yeah, I'm kind of playing scared here, and it's possible I'm playing too scared. Yeah, that's the problem with boarding the Tempted by the Urics. I knew that there was a chance we were going to get blown up by Deadly Dispute. What I really needed was just another threat here. We could still draw one, or we have plenty of time. In theory, we have plenty of time. I want us to think a little bit about whether I might have a Spectral Adversary, I guess. But it seems wise not to play around that. Okay, Divide by Zero is a really lovely draw. Would be very happy to find a Mascot Exhibition, or even just a draw 2. And the question is, do I bounce the adversary end of their turn? Shambling Ghast. Alright, do I just divide this to have something to divide? Yeah, I think so. I just want to get Mascot Exhibition and get the show on the road. Cater Matt, thanks for the follow, by the way. Yeah, that's the thing about the Monoblue deck, is just like, it's full of weaknesses. Even Shambling Ghast is pretty good against us. Alright, so I'm gonna go Mascot Exhibition. I'm gonna have to hope they don't have a Goldspan Dragon. But I think that that's gonna be my best hope to, you know, get back into the game here. If they do have a Goldspan Dragon, I'm just gonna need to find Iymrith, and that's all there is to it. Yep. Okay, so we also got rid of the Deadly Dispute. That's nice. Could steal something maybe safely now. We'll see. They can also resolve Showdown. They have like a lot of big cards that could come down and be problematic. There's a chance we can erase them, maybe, if they Goldspan or Showdown. Like, we did put them to 12, and that does matter. Jimmo, if you're referring to exposing the Mascot Expedition to Duress, a couple of things on that point. Number one is they played 2 Duresses already. It's just like less likely they have a third one. And second is they have Deadly Dispute, so I'm not going to be able to use Divided by Zero on any of their creatures that are in play. I have to use it on something that's that is on the stack. Okay, this is good. I like this. I'll go ahead and do the block. And feels like they have another Deadly Dispute the way they're playing this out. But I think we gotta just Tempted nonetheless. And we trade 2 for 2 with this plus counterspell, and hopefully it seems like they didn't have a Goldspan that turn. Yeah, kind of stinks to kind of walk into this, but there's not much we can do. Kazul's Fury. Okay, that's fine. I am much happier with the way that went. But it's got to start making real choices about what their block. I think it makes sense to hold on to this for now, given they've got Deadly Disputes. Do I hold on to the island? Are there spells they could have that would be like just making me discard a card? I think I hold it for now. It's a little confusing. Yeah, Ward on the Trespasser. It's unlikely I'm going to have to target one of those. Bloodthirsty Adversary. Alright, and that flashes back Infernal Grasp. So I'm going to have to counter that, I think. That's a good card, too. This deck is neat. I want to try this out. This is doing a lot of cool stuff. It feels like it still would struggle a lot against Epiphany, but it's doing a lot of cool stuff. Alright, Showdown the Scalds. What are we hitting? Alright, they hit Shatterskull Smashing, Reckless Stormseeker. Is it time to Fading Hope a Goblin? This is the question we must ask ourselves sometimes. Is it time to Fading Hope a Goblin so that I can scry and hit something reasonable? I think the time has come to Fading Hope a Goblin. I think the scry is just going to be really valuable here. Second Fading Hope. This does not seem good enough, right? Because they're just going to Shatterskull Smashing. At least they have the ability to Shatterskull Smash. They might not do it, I guess. But I think I can do better than Fading Hope. Just like many ways I can do better than Fading Hope here. Such as Ascended Spirit. Okay. So they have Shatterskull Smashing for 6+2, so I'm going to have to wait here for a second. It's now nighttime, which is very scary, but we shouldn't be dead. I'm kind of hoping that they're going to feel pressured into Shatterskull Smashing here. Because if they try to like play creatures, there are a lot of ways to get blown out. Feels really close. This is 5 by itself. It's 7 with counter on Kalane. They have to choose between killing this and playing this. Okay, they go for the aggro play. That's not good. I really wanted them to kill. Oh god, if they have Goldspan, I'm dead. Dead to Goldspan. Dead to Kazul's Fury as well. Okay. They can probably sense I've got nothing at this point. This smells like Kazul's Fury. Soul Shatter. Interesting. Okay. Well, that's not lethal by itself. Disdainful Stroke. Okay, that stops certain things. Doesn't stop a lot of things necessarily, but it stops certain things. Get this up to a 4/4 right now. And we'll see. If their hand is 2 lands, I guess I win. If their hand is like land Goldspan Dragon, or land Shoda the Scalds, oh no, I'm toast. They can send Kalain right through the Spirit now. I guess I'm not technically dead, but I don't think we have outs here. I guess Divide by 0 might do something. No, it really doesn't, does it? Shambling Ghast. Yeah. Alright, so we're just dead now. This is 2-1. Yeah, this is lethal if they figure it out, and we're dead either way. Nicely done, nicely done. Okay. Interesting. I don't know how this matchup is. It seems like the matchup's probably fine, but that was... yeah. Just didn't know what I was up against. Might have made some plays differently if I had any idea. Super interesting deck. I mean, it does a really good job of having every permanent, like, do a bunch of things. And mostly bringing in Tempted by the Uruk might have been a mistake. I mean, it worked pretty well. I 2 for 1 of them with it. But they resolved to Shoda to the Scalds, which was, like, terrible. It was just a little bit too hard to keep them off of their good spells forever.
We need to become Aaron Girdler tonight.
Okay, there's no deck I can keep this hand against. This is better. You think so, Crux Delta? The Vampire was a 3/3 with haste that killed my... The Vampire was a 3/3 with haste that killed my token. And left me, like, with an empty board facing down a 3/3 Vampire with haste. I don't understand what you think I was supposed to do. I mean, maybe I'm forgetting something. Okay, the games that we win against Mono Green are generally going to look exactly like this one. We've got a Fading Hope, we've got a Seafaring Werewolf, we've got a little bit of stuff going on. Okay, do I just Fading Hope the Wolf now? I think we do. Don't have a Snakeskin Veil, please. No. All right, this is still winnable. Still winnable. We've got a Seafaring Werewolf. It's just tough. Yeah, the games where they have Snakeskin Veil on the other hand are games we generally do not win. We don't do a good job winning those games. All right, we have lots of stuff we could find though. In theory, we got a good clock going. We got a Divide by 0, which is actually perfect. Yeah, Divide by 0 is great. They did, Crux Delta. They had an Inferno Grasp. I looked at their graveyard before I chose whether to counter the card. Okay. Yeah, after Office TTV, that was a tough decision. Not 100% sure about it. It's possible that was not the right move. All right, what am I getting off of this? I guess it's just Sciences over Teachings. Don't I really want to guarantee Iymrith here, I think? See if they have another land. They didn't have another land. Oh, that's phenomenal. Alright, my thing flips back, but I get Iymrith now, so we should be fine, I think. I would be perfectly happy to trade Spectral Adversary with their Sentinel, is that true? Do I want to chump with something on this wolf? I don't think this turn I do. Anyway, after Efforts, it's possible that the trade was wrong because my Faceless Haven is more efficient than their Den of the Bugbear to use. But I didn't really have any way to remove it at the time. It felt... it was tricky. Alright, so this thing... If they do just block this with Sentinel and I pump... Actually, I think I just hold this back. Make this attack. Okay, go to 12. Saw it coming. Do I just discard Sciences here? I think I discard Sciences. Cast a Desert Doom. If they have a Blizzard Brawl here, they would need a Blizzard Brawl and an untapped land? Okay, do I chump now? I don't think I chump yet. I guess if they have main deck choose your weapon, that would be a reason to yeah, maybe we actually play around main deck choose your weapon. I feel like we're just gonna have to throw something in front of this every turn anyway. Okay, Troll's fine. I guess, in theory, Troll's fine. It might not be that fine, I'm not sure. So we go ahead and attack with... We play a land for sure. Do I foretell Saw It coming so I can draw extra cards off the Desert Doom if it hits? Problem is it's probably not going to hit. And there's a world where I just instead prefer to... If I draw like Fading Hope off of Stowaway, I would rather cast that and discard the Saw It coming. Looking to chump with Adversary. I guess I'm looking to chump with Adversary, potentially. I don't even know what you're referring to at this point, Happy Hippo. I literally don't remember what play you're talking about anymore. Alright, Spectral Adversary is a phenomenal draw. Absolutely in love with that one. And I think we just wait until they try to fight Iymrith, which they might do. Okay. Do I Adversary now? I guess I give them as much time as possible to... they're going to fight Iymrith anyway. I should just do this. I think. I don't know. Yeah, Spectral Adversary is much better than Delver of Secrets. Yeah, so these things phase out if they fight the Adversary. At least that should be how it works. It's possible Adversary is bugged. If Adversary is bugged, I'm about to lose. Maybe. I still have a chump block, though. But this should work. I guess I was actually supposed to phase out before they attack, so that's a punt on me. They get an extra counter. I guess there's like stuff they could do main phase. I still think that was the wrong play. Alright, so they fight Iymrith. They don't get to gain life. Their attack does nothing this turn. Never mind, their attack does something this turn. I could double block the troll. That doesn't strike me as being a winning line, though. Yeah, I think my out's going to have to be Fading Hope here. I don't think we can afford to double block the troll. Yeah, no double blocks. You got me. Not giving you extra mana here either. Alright, well, we get to draw a card. This flip back, man, just... when they have two Snakeskin Veils, the game's basically impossible, by the way. That's just, you're practically guaranteed to be dead at that point. Okay, so we need to hit with Stowaway, we need to hit with Adversary. I think we have to keep the other Adversary back. I guess there's a question of can we ever realistically win if we don't draw a bounce spell? Should I thus play as though we're going to draw a bounce spell or another creature?
We need to become
I guess there's a world where I hold back Stowaway. No, this is going to be a 7/7 Trampler, so the only way we win is drawing an interactive spell of some kind. So it could be a bounce spell, it could be a... Can't be a counter, could be another creature, I think. I guess it's not even another creature, though. It has to be literally a Divide by Zero or Fading Hope. Alright, let's just go in. Consider, okay. Keep hope alive. And dead. Okay. Yep, another Adversary would have done it too. Yeah, rough game, rough game. Okay, so, mono green, what do we do against this deck? We don't play Negate. Malevolent Hermit doesn't really trade with any of their creatures, so even though it's really great to be able to counter a Chariot or whatever, I think we can't really afford to play it. It's just too weak as a body. It's like a 3-mana Negate, which is not a thing we want. Tempted by the Urk comes in. It's definitely a Tempted by the Urk matchup, despite Snakeskin Veil.
We need to become Aaron Girdler tonight, chat. That's the goal.
Thanks for the subscription, Robocop. Welcome to the channel, and thanks also for the follows, Yaking, Jaked Up, and Kalinkus. Alright, what else do we do here? I forgot what my sideboard plan was supposed to be against mono green. I had one at some point. I don't even think Turtle is good here. Turtle doesn't block any of their creatures. It kind of blocks wolf tokens, maybe, if you're lucky. But if they ever have like a Ranger class up or a Snakeskin Veil, it's just not very good. I think the way you win this is just getting a Stowaway down and like protecting it. Or getting a Giant Ascendant Spirit that they can't kill. I think I like Into the Royal. I think I like Into the Royal more than Saw It Coming, honestly. Yeah, I think we just play like maximum ability to like disrupt their stuff and kind of hope they don't roll us over Chariot. It's tough. This is probably Deck's worst matchup. Mono white at least, you know, you can kind of trade one for one them sometimes, but this deck is kind of miserable against Chariot. It's possible I'm supposed to be running just Disdainful Stroke just because of that. I don't know. That's an interesting hand. I guess we'll try it. Dragon Turtle is for mono white and other random aggro decks. It's not very good. I would badly like to take it out. I may do that at some point. Tempted by the Urk again. Alright, we're just going to pump the Spirit. Because if I draw a third land here, I'm just going to want to pump the Spirit again. And I think we're already dead. Alright, well, 4 wins with this deck was honestly better than I expected. And I don't think we've lost a game yet to like missing our third land drop. And in 6 matches of Magic, you got to expect to at some point lose a game to missing your third land drop. Alright, so this is going to be pray they don't have Inscription. If they have Inscription, we're dead, but I think we have to hope they don't have it. Nice. Lotus Cobra, okay. Are they also missing their third land drop? No such luck. Werewolf Pack Leader is so freaking good. So freaking good. Alright. Okay, so we gotta play the tempo game now. We're just gonna have to hope these Double Tempteds. I mean, Double Tempted could still get us there if they don't have Snakeskin Veils. Maybe they don't have Chariot. We'll see. Chariot, we just lose. You know, or not. We don't have the resources to deal with the Chariot. Olga Throw. Alright, land! Okay, that's land adjacent, I guess. Do I just bounce the Troll now before they can Veil? I think so. They missed their 4th land drop. We're just going to hope they do that again. And do I Rummage or do I take Environmental Sciences? I think I Rummage. I don't think Sciences is actually good enough. I need to be able to cast Tempted by the Urk next turn, and the best chance of that is if I Rummage. We're going to discard Adversary. Do I discard Iymrith? Maybe I just discard Iymrith, actually. So Iymrith is actually reasonable against the Chariot, but if they don't have a Snakeskin Veil... Okay, well, missed, but that just makes it all the more clear that we had Rummage, because we desperately need this land this turn. Now we just need them to miss a land drop or have a tap land, play the Troll again, and get tempted. We can win that game if that happens. Lotus Cobra. Okay, Lotus Cobra, land Troll is also fine. I just desperately need that 4th land. Please. Nothing else really does it at this point. Chad, I tried so hard. I really tried. But, yeah, inevitably we're eventually going to have this happen. But the deck's been pretty good to us today. I don't think this is winnable against the opponent having 3 spells in hand. Just pack it in. Yep, so you have now officially seen both sides of Monoblue. The deck is capable of doing some pretty neat stuff, but it's weak to just a lot of different cards. You have to kind of thread these needles, and if you ever stumble, you just kind of die. Still, happy I played it. Happy I gave it a shot. So thanks everybody for watching. I guess I have a big audience here. Y'all probably want to go watch other people playing the Arena Open, but might just play some more Monoblue on ladder at this point. I'm kind of psyched about the deck. So if people want to stick around and just watch this deck get played, let's do a little bit more of that. I'm also going to rename it because I now officially... Razor Shine! Thanks so much for the resubscription! And Reggie Noble too, thanks for the follow. Alright, we're going to... Any changes I want to make to the deck after playing it for a bit? I think I like the 4th Faceless Haven over a Jawari Disruption here. And Dragon Turtle sucks. I guess I could try Mind Flayer. Maybe Mind Flayer is just better. Don't think I want Test of Talents especially much. Yeah, well, we can come back from behind, Robocop. The way to come back from behind is casting Tempted by the Auric, so we just need to hit our 4th land. Alright. So I don't think this deck's especially good. I don't know if I'm ever going to play after today, but I'm still in the mood to do a little bit of Monobluing people.
We need to become Aaron
Vanguard, thanks for the follow.
That's the goal.
Double Ascendant Spirit hands are a little rough because it's like really hard to level up both of them at once, but Double Consider gives us enough options that I think I'm down to just try it. Do I just play a Spirit here, actually. Start chipping away. If I could draw a land, I might just pump it. Ooh, that wasn't a Spikefield Hazard. We're playing against somebody who's playing something a little different. Love it. I lost to a very spicy mono-red deck yesterday. I played an Iymrith and thought there's no way this mono-red deck is going to beat this Iymrith, and then they played Heated Debate into Cinderclasm in what I thought was like a aggressive burn deck, and I tilted off something fierce, chat. Tell you right now, I tilted off something fierce. Patrick, I have not actually played the Historic Clover listed in Clover in Historic since Time Warp was banned, so it's not really anything I endorse at all. Dual Strike. Okay, yep. That is a lot of burn spells. Sure thing. Hermit? I don't know what they could cast for 4 mana. What do they cast for 4 mana that I care about? Stormseeker? Maybe? I think we'll just go ahead and play this out. Jack, I saw your message and deleted it. Please don't accuse opponents of cheating? I don't know where that's coming from, but it's a pretty unsavory thing to say. Oh yeah, Roiling Vortex is still in Standard. That's fun. Like, did my opponent cheat and cause me not to draw lands? Because that would be pretty sinister if so, but don't think that's what's happening. Well, the program plays by the fair rules of Magic. Arena is an honorable program. Opponent just paid for Arena Premium, probably. That's the ticket. Light up the night targeting me. Yeah, sure. Phase out Rolling Vortex. Take that. Wait, did it actually work? I feel like this is a bug too. Like, I feel like you shouldn't actually be able to... Like, we did end of turn. Is this how phasing works? Alright, last warning, Jack. Please refrain from that stuff or you're going to be banned from the stream. Ain't got time for that. Who does? Yeah, Grotlick, but the thing didn't deal damage to me, did it? I'm pretty sure this didn't deal damage to me. Oh, that is an uncounterable spell, but fortunately, it is definitely divisible, and we know when Faceless Haven. Yeah, Inferno of the Star Mount's really, really underperforming in Divide by Zero's world. Alright, so Burn. I don't know. Hermit as a 2-for-1 seems pretty good. Tiny creatures that just die to all their burn spells don't seem very good. I missed Dragon Turtle already. Phasing's pretty cool, George. It's actually pretty simple. It does some neat stuff. I'm into it. Alright, this is going to die to a burn spell, but that's fine. Trading 1-for-1 is A-okay with me. Vanguard, why am I bringing in Mind Flayers or Tempted by the Orc? Our opponent literally played no creatures that Tempted by the Orc could even touch. Literally 0. Alright. Something to note for folks who are newer to the stream is that I have a somewhat limited tolerance for just kind of generic complaining about Arena. If there are like specific bugs that people should be aware of, that's one thing. Generic complaining is not as interesting. It's okay to bring it up a little bit, but just keep it to a limited degree. Ah, thanks, Vanguard. Thanks for explaining. Alright, do I pump it? Yeah, whatever. Sure. It's gonna die, but it was gonna die sooner or later. I can't just... Okay, maybe it's not gonna die. Maybe it just goes all the way. Alright. Yeah, thing about Ascendant Spirit on ladder is sometimes people just don't read it. Opponent's deck is a fun, spicy-looking meatball, but Ascendant Spirit is not having any of it.
That's the goal.
New player detected pretty poorly in my experience. They are just, you need to answer every single card they play, and they can afford not to care about like 3 or 4 of your cards. Is the short answer. So we just got... It's winnable. With 4 tempted by the Auric out of the sideboard, the matchup is winnable, but it's hard, no matter what you do. Like, I would not actually recommend Monoblue as a, deck to take to a serious tournament. I took it to the Arena Open today because I promised my chat last night that I would do it, and I didn't mind some memeing. But if you wanted to actually win, you should play probably Izzet or Green or, who knows, maybe that spicy Marduk concoction we ran into. Jim Owen, thanks for the follow. But yeah, when Azika's Chariot and Auron's Epiphany are legal, you should try to play one of those cards. If not, at least play Goldspan Dragon or Shadow of the Scald or something else that has raw power to it. Yeah, I actually wonder about Simic Ramp. It feels like Simic Ramp could come back. Like maybe Storm the Festival's a little too clumsy, but it seems like you should be able to be somewhat bigger than Mono Green, and I don't know. Seems like Red and 7 should maybe see more play than it is. Yeah, Lightamine, you missed the day 2 run. I should take down the viewer message at this point. We were 4-0. We are now dead. Oh, Paladin class. Oh boy, mono white. Oh boy. Speaking of tough matchups, this is one of them. Yeah, so if they cast an Adeline, we're just going to die. Okay, well, pump the Paladin class, which means I can actually get this thing off the board for a second. Which is what I'm going to do, I guess. Need to keep hitting land drops, stick sciences. If we draw a lot of Fading Hopes, we would have a chance. But this matchup really improves post board once you get all the Tempted by the Orcs in. Ugh. Okay, I think I take back what I said about enough Fading Hopes. I don't think there are enough Fading Hopes in all of Magic the Gathering to deal with this. All right, on to game 2. Yeah, main deck Paladin class is rough. All right, we get to test Mind Flayer. This is the matchup where Mind Flayer should be very good if we survive to cast it. Yeah, Fading Hope is a great name for a bounce spell. It's like, sometimes it's great against your opponent and their hope's fading, sometimes they're just going to cast the same creature the next turn and you're dead, and your hope is fading. This hand is good. 2-3, having a 2-3 around at least stops their early creatures pretty well, and we've got now multiple bounce spells, which can do some good work. All right. Don't think we want to cast Ascendant Spirit here. Luminarch Aspirant might be the single best card in the format against Monoblue. It's possible that, like... No, it's not. It's definitely Luminarch Aspirant. Just makes it so difficult to do, like, one-for-one tempo trading because their stuff is just outgrowing all of our stuff even as we try to do this. Yeah, that's actually fine, though. Don't have Portable Hole? Intrepid Adversary is fine. Alright, so getting to pump the Ascendant Spirit's nice. We are going to do that this turn. It's much more mana efficient than Fading Hoping the Monk. We could even block the Monk, but I don't really think we want to do that. Mind Flayer is cool. Frax, we lost the next two matches. We lost that match and the next one. Just weak draws in both, for the most part. Okay, so we bounce. I guess this is just a double bounce kind of turn. Need to go grab... That was actually the wrong order. Yeah, that was the wrong order, shoot. Because if I had Fading Hope first, I would know if there's a land on top of my deck. And that would help me decide what to get here, Environmental Sciences versus Mascot Exhibition. It's like now I feel kind of forced to grab Sciences. Which is fine, it's not like the end of the world, but it is a little sad. Alright, well, Fading Hope the adversary, obviously it can come back bigger, but we're kind of hoping our opponent eventually casts it bigger. Because I would like to steal it. Edge Oregon, our record was 4-2, not 5-1. Sure. Be cool if I could steal Paladin class. Be cool if I could draw. Yeah, so this is the thing about Mind Flayer, which is like tricky. It's like, I don't know if Dragon Turtle would have been better necessarily, but I guess there's also a world where I just grow Ascendant Spirit and hit them this turn, but it doesn't seem great. We're in a lot of trouble if they have Skyclave Apparition. If they're just going to Adversary Pump, and that's their whole turn, then Mind Flayer is going to be great. Okay, this works. This is fine. Okay, not a Portable Hole. Cool. This is still a lot, of course, but we get to double block something. It's kind of an interesting question whether we take Intrepid Adversary or Luminarch Aspirant here. I think it might be Aspirant because we can phase out the Intrepid Adversary. And that's kind of like a delicious thing to be able to do. And we're just going to go ahead and pump the Ascendant Spirit here, I think. And Mind Flayer should be basically unkillable for them. They could have Brutal Cathar. Brutal Cathar would be horrible, but they can also pump the Paladin class, which is honestly a pretty strong play. Pretty scary. We're going to have to take this hit. I don't think we can afford to just throw something in the way right now. We're going to have to use Spectral Adversaries as best we can to hold them back in the meantime. Okay, so now it's time to get a bit aggressive. So actually, probably should have put a counter on the Spirit. This is probably wrong. Okay, what's getting pumped by Paladin class here is the Code Spell Cleric. Interesting. Alright. So who are we phasing here? Are we phasing the cleric? I guess we phase the cleric. Yeah, I definitely screwed up somewhere with the, If I phase the adversary, does that work well? Yeah, I shouldn't have attacked with Aspirant. We should be blocking with Aspirant and trying to get rid of it. I lock the adversary, they hit with a 2/2 double striker and a 5/4. I can double block the 5/4 safely, I think that's what I have to do. I have to go to 1 here. Oh, we could have phased out Paladin class before combat. I forgot that's how that worked. Wait, this is still a 3/3? Oh, it hadn't gotten the +1/+1 yet? Wait, what? This should be a 2/2, right? No, it's a 3/3. Oh, each other attacking creature. Oh, I misread that completely. Alright, well now we have to do this, which is terrible. Yeah, I know I'm going to lose this game. I screwed up with that attack. There was no reason to attack there. Just like, no way are we in a position where we can afford to attack. Ow. Oh, flyer. We've got Iymrith, but Paladin class being on level 3 is just unbeatable. Actually, wait, Tempted by the Auric? Tempted by the Auric actually does something. I can steal adversary, but then I'm dead to the Spellbinder because I have no flyers. Oh man, that attack was so awful. Why would I attack when they were at 26? What was I thinking? I have no idea what I was thinking. Alright, well, we're going to steal Spellbinder. Gotta steal Spellbinder. Gonna pump. Doesn't really seem like it matters what we pump. Guess it's Aspirant. Adversary's not phased anymore. We should be able to steal it unless there's a bug. But yeah, we're just like chumping every turn. It's terrible. Although this attack is interesting. Maybe they're just like super flooded? Alright, well. We'll do what we gotta do. It is nice that Fading Hope can reset Mind Flayer. We don't have enough mana to do that, but it's nice in theory that that's possible. Okay, so we need another Tempted by the Auric or another Mind Flayer. Nope. So this gives us Spectral Adversary. No, on their opponent's turn it's going to be even more expensive, so we're dead. Whew. I guess if we played Iymrith there and they just had those two creatures, we could trade with one of them, chump the other, and then draw a control spell. I scooped too early. Probably I'm just not in the mood to play Monoblue anymore. I think this deck is fun, but not very good. Just a little bit too hard up against all the aggro decks in the format. What's the Harvest Fair? No, thank you. I phased the adversary that turn. Alright, let's play some Historic. Not Clover. Zombies. Blue-white Tempered Steel. Got a bunch of bad Historic decks, and even some good Historic decks, but the good Historic decks I know are good. Let's play some Zombies. I like Zombies. We are in full casual lettering mode now. I should rename this. I should retitle the stream. Alright, so the principle of this deck is that you are... I guess this is a keep? There are basically two ways to build zombies in Historics. You can build it really low to the ground with a bunch of aggressive 1-drops, or you can build a more controlling build that has a lot of lords in it. Our opponent's doing what looks like the aggro version, and I've got the control version here. The thing that makes the control version tick is Phyrexian Tower, kind of. The list I grabbed from the internet had 3 copies of Phyrexian Tower in it. Mine has 2 copies, because I drew 3 of them in one game and felt very sad. But the idea is you're like ramping out a bunch of Lord spells with Leona's Mastery, that sort of thing, and... This doesn't really look like a historic deck. This looks like a bad standard deck right now, but... I promise we will... I guess Zombies was a good standard deck, to be fair. Just need to find... I mean, Liliana's Mastery into Liliana's Mastery is probably going to mean we'll be fine. We do need to find a Crypt Breaker or some source of recurring card advantage at some point. Diagraph Colossus is nice. But I'm missing the 3rd land drop, also pretty key, pretty key. Corpse Knight seems a little underpowered. I don't really think you're supposed to play white in Zombies. I think you lose a lot of consistency. Last Walk, I don't know. I don't know. It's a tough question. I would expect not. Historic has just gotten more powerful, and Clover has not gotten more powerful, is the short of it. But it's possible that it's like good against Jeskai. Jeskai having a bunch of Prismari commands makes me think probably not. Also, the reason that Clover historically did well against blue-based control decks was sometimes they had trouble killing Innkeeper, and Jeskai does not have trouble killing Innkeeper. But we could play a match of that afterwards. I'm sure a lot of people would be happy to see Clover. I expect it's like a fun, casual deck that maybe you can get away with a little bit and have some fun with, but you're going to get steamrolled a lot. Okay. They're just dead, right? Yeah, they're super dead, but whatever. Porius, I mean, past Memory Lapse, I mean, I guess Memory Lapse is effectively banned, but in Historic, I haven't really thought so. I find the, like, blue-red spells decks kind of annoying to play against on just, like, a fundamental level. By which I mean, it's just kind of boring to sit there watching them Xerox their way through their deck over and over again, playing the same spells repeatedly, but I don't think those decks are overpowered by any means. I think Jund Sacrifice probably holds back a lot of decks in the format, so if I had to pick one historic ban, you made me do it, I would probably grab Cauldron Familiar, but I don't know that anything like that is actually needed. Okay. Witch's Vengeance is kind of hilarious. I don't think I'm supposed to do it, but maybe we are supposed to do it and just kind of hold it up until the time is right. I don't know about Thoughtseize in this matchup, especially against a Return to the Ranks deck. Actually, Thoughtseize taking Return to the Ranks is probably the only way I have to beat Return to the Ranks. So that's a good point. Oh, I can play Relic of Progenitus. Probably just play Relic of Progenitus. Murderous Rider seems fine. Shambling Ghast seems not that exciting. Maybe just run some Fatal Pushes or something instead. Sure. Ouch. Yeah, I've never actually won money in Arena Open. I've tried. I've gotten to 4-2 or 5-2 a lot of times, but it's quite an accomplishment. There are a lot of good players there by the end. I think I'm all 5 lands here. Keep this, and we dump Swamp. Ouch. Yeah, there is a part of me that feels pretty silly about not playing Champion the Perished in Zombies. I took this list from the internet, but I think that probably you are just supposed to be running the best zombie 1-drop in your zombie deck, even if you're not really that aggressive. Okay, so what are we doing now? I believe we are just going to Dark Salvation the Crypt Breaker. I think we have to be, it has to be the Crypt Breaker, probably. Yeah, we're at a pretty safe life total. We can take a couple hits and then maybe stabilize with Mastery, but... Oh, interesting. Okay, they don't even want the card. They just want the Zombos. Oh no, they get the card for free. Nice. Porous, the Open's really fun. I don't know if people are enjoying them. I'm all for having tournaments be easier to get into and, you know, available for people looking for all different levels of commitment. But everyone is welcome to their opinion. Ow. Alright. Yeah, this doesn't feel like the game we were supposed to win. Okay. Witch's Vengeance. Still not a big fan of that. Liliana seems too slow. Maybe I'm supposed to run some Shambling Ghasts. Maybe I'm just not supposed to be playing Shambling Ghast at all when I cut a Phyrexian Tower. I don't know. I've not really invested much time in the zombie deck. I'm not sure what we're supposed to be doing with it. I mean, I love Liliana's Mastery, but probably are supposed to be just more aggressive. Yeah, hands like this are just... Like, what am I doing? What format am I playing? Could keep, I think I keep. Just hope to get something I can cast next turn. Yeah, day before they still have qualifiers. They have a qualifier in 2 weeks. I'm going to be playing Historic in the qualifier, which is why I'm currently trying to figure out what's going on with this format. Alright, we're just going to Dark Salvation this thing right now. And I would be very excited to trade Crypt Breaker for your Wayward Servant, if you were willing. Am I happy to do this? I don't know if I'm happy to do this. The fact that I'm attacking means my opponent should think I'm happy to do this. Cool. Okay. 2-3, holding down the fort. It's a lot of lands that don't do anything. Yeah, probably the Return to the Ranks deck is actually just pretty favored in this matchup, but we'll see. Digraph Colossus in your Return to the Ranks deck is interesting. I guess it's good enough to be worth it. Like, we can hold him back for a while. I guess the question is just like, you know, can we find a Relic of Progenitus? Ooh, that's a good combo, actually. That's a really good combo. Shoot, I'm gonna die really fast. Okay, it's not even about Relic of Progenitus, it's just about can we survive. I guess they're almost out of stuff, but that is a hecking lot of... Never mind, this actually looks gas. Maybe you are supposed to play white and zombies. This looks like so much fun. Looks like without the Lord effects, you'd really struggle against Cat Oven? That's my main complaint here. I don't know how you ever beat a Mayhem Devil, but maybe Return to the Ranks just beats Mayhem Devil for you. I don't know. I also don't know how we're going to win. Every creature they play now deals 5 damage to us. Death with Dignity for me here. Yeah, okay, you got me. Hey, Fizzy Elf. Alright, let's, alright, type out a reminder to myself to try Black-White Return to the Rank Zombies. It does kind of suck to have your deck get hit by Graveyard Hate, but they seem to have enough stuff going on without that. As a matter of fact, I guess we just build it right now. I'd forgotten the Return to the Ranks was even in Historic, to be honest. Let's quickly sketch this, but then we'll play some Clover. Oh, Wyatt played it. Alright, that's great. Wyatt generally plays very good lists. I should give that a look. So probably something like this, maybe. It's possible this isn't even a Thoughtseize deck because we're not really trying to play small games, we're trying to play big games. I'm just like sketching something right now. I'll go look at Wyatt's stream later and flesh out the rest. Alright, I'm going to leave it off of this for now. I just wanted to have this as a reminder to myself. I'll go check out Wyatt's list later. And let's play some Clover. One thing that Clover probably beats very easily is Return to the Rank Zombies. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Stitcher Supplier might be in the deck, but I feel like aside from Return to the Ranks, you're not really doing much graveyard stuff, so I'd be surprised if it was worth it. Alright, this is going to be a rare treat, chat. Now that this deck is not good anymore, I'm not going to play it very often, but savor it while you got it. How's the sideboard? Well, hopefully we'll survive long enough to find out how the sideboard is. Ah, wow. It's just like slipping on an old pair of comfortable shoes. Okay, if that had been an Esper Sentinel, I was going to cry. What's actually going to happen is they're going to play a Thalia, and I'm going to cry. Okay, hey, look at that. Look at that. All we have to do now is dodge the Skyclave Apparition into Cry line, and we might be fine. Or that. Although that's not so good. That one opens you up to Brazen Borrower, my friend. Let me tell you about Brazen Borrower. Hey, it's Lovestruck Beast. That's also a good one. What do I do now? Beanstalk? I probably want to borrow before I Beanstalk. Let's just go with... So many options here. I can go Token. They swing for 5. I bounce Portable Hunt of their turn. I untap Beanstalk Giant, get double lands, but then I'm not doing much from there. Fizzy Elf, I won DreamHack with the original Teamer Clover and then placed second in Worlds with Omnath Clover. It was, in fact, a while ago. Honestly, the correct play this turn might have been Innkeeper Token. I think we just Innkeeper and kind of see how the next turn goes. This gives me the option to bounce Portable Hole or just bounce the token. And then play a Lovestruck and draw a card next turn. Rude. Okay. I guess Mana Tithe isn't historic, but I'm not going to play around Mana Tithe today. Blade Splicer. Alright, so opponent's playing like a spicy meatball white weenie list. This does not look like the typical thing. Alright, do I have to bounce this token? I think I do have to bounce this token, sadly. Don't think we can really afford to just like go wandering around grabbing a bunch of lands here. We'll see if the Fateful Absence was their opponent's only way to deal with something Lovestruck sized. The Iymrith Clover deck honestly didn't scale that much bigger than the regular Clover deck. Wasn't too different. Thalia, yeah, Thalia is just... Now the real old-timers who played this deck might remember what it was like to, have Elspeth Conqueror's Death played against you. Imagine just like a little eeny-weeny Elspeth Conqueror's Death that just gets to sit around conquering stuff. If I had one more mana, I could wish now and go get Storm's Wrath, and that might clear up some of this nonsense, but we are a ways past that being possible. Still think we have to Beanstalk. I don't really know what we're doing after that. This says First Strike. They can also just like attack all, flip Legion's Landing. What happens if I draw a card for Land Guardian CM? I'm just playing a Fae of Wishes that turn? I think I would rather just guarantee the land. Okay, letting me block Thalia is great. Love blocking Thalia. That might open up some options. Oh, I see. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Alright, so can I survive one more turn? I can not. They have a Faceless Haven. Yeah, Faceless Haven, yet another card that just like takes a lot of those math, you know, a lot of the math and just throws it out the window. Yeah. This seems tough. Oh, Anger of the Gods is the card in my sideboard. It's not Storm's Wrath anymore. Gotta remember that. Gotta remember that. We're not, it's not 2019. It's not 2020. Okay. Well, we had a good hand, and they just thoroughly answered it. They were on the play, and they had a good hand themselves. If it hadn't been for the Portable Hole, we would have blown them out that game, but yeah, that's the thing, is like, Clover thrived in a format where it was like hard to incidentally answer it with good cards, and Historic is a format where there are plenty of good cards that people play anyway that just happen to answer Clover, and make you feel very silly for investing that much into like one artifact. And that's just a hard way to live. Playing Keeper now opens me up to draw Fae of Wishes and cycle it. Well, yeah, Esper Sentinel is kind of a nightmare. Just drawing them a ton of incidental cards while you're just trying to play your game. The fact they're not willing to attack with it's cool, though. Alright, you know what? Have as many cards as you want. Have as many cards as you want, White Weenie deck. Enjoy. We're going to try and just go over the top of you anyway. Yeah, Esper Sentinel seems sweet. When I'm playing, like, you know, when I'm moving into more competitive decks as I seriously prepare for the tournament in 2 weeks, I'm going to be playing a bunch of Esper Sentinel decks. Lucky Clover. Turn late there, friend. A turn late. Alright, but we're still at a fair life total. Here's Escape the Wilds. If they don't have Thalia, I mean, they're very likely to have Thalia is the problem because I've let them draw 4 cards this game. Yeah, this is the thing. As I'm playing Edgewell Innkeeper here, my opponents are playing Esper Sentinel, which is a much, 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 much better version of Edgewell Innkeeper. Much, much better. Much, much, much better. Can't emphasize how much better. So my winning line is to draw Fae of Wishes next turn, find Anger of the Gods, and stall for a bit. I enjoy that my opponent is spending their time doing this instead of adding too much to the board. Okay. Alright. They chose not to make 1/4/4 Sentinels. That gives me a shot with the Anger line, but that's the only card that does it. Yeah, okay. Sorry, chat. Sorry, this is all the clover we get. Cannot be playing this deck in Historic anymore. It's a generation too late. Whew. Ouch. Alright, there's one other deck that I've been curious to play with a little bit. There's a card I'm obsessed with, can't get out of my head. Probably should get out of my head because I'm sure it's not good, but... that card is Thought Monitor. I love Thought Monitor. It's Muldrifter. We don't get Muldrifter in Historic, but they let us have Thought Monitor. I tried to play this in some Ephemerate decks, and I just couldn't build a list that looked like anything, but I'm kind of into Tempered Steel and very into Thought Monitor, so this is a deck I'm going to try playing now. Weed Magic Yorion. I've tried some Yorion. Yorion has not been very good. Death Rage Channeler, Dragon's Rage Channeler is just very fast, and it's kind of hard to build a Yorion deck that is plausibly playable against both Dragon's Rage Channeler type aggro decks and against Jeskai. I think there's probably a good Yorion deck in Historic somewhere, but good Yorion decks, being 80 cards, are like the hardest kind of deck to find, and I don't trust that I am capable of doing that right now. The comes into play effects are just not all that strong right now is another thing. Like you're missing out on some of the cards that make Yorion really good in Modern, like the good Elementals, for example. You're missing Oath of Nissa. Okay, this hand is Thought Monitor, and we get to play Esper Sentinel, which is exciting. Okay, I was thinking this was Merfolk. I'm still thinking this is Merfolk, and they just have a Merfolk Trickster. So we are not going to attack into Merfolk Trickster. And do I get Nettle Cyst or another Thought Monitor? I think it's just another Thought Monitor. Nettle Cyst is like big, which is nice against Merfolk. Yeah, Ingenious Smith seems very good. Take a Thought Monitor. Not sure if that's right. Yep, there's the Trickster. Yeah, Merfolk seems tough. Like, I'm playing a deck that's like a bunch of tiny creatures held up by Tempered Steel, and all of their creatures are Tempered Steels, in addition to being creatures. And they also get to play Collected Company. On the plus side... Turn 4 is going to be pretty cool. Smells like another Trickster. Not falling for that one. Oh yeah, Island Walk. I'm playing islands in my deck. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Think we're gonna have some problems. Okay, do I just go all out and attack? I think I'm supposed to go all out and attack here. And try to maybe kill him with Nettle Cyst next turn. I am just dead to another Master of the Pearl Trident, which is kind of sad. Yeah, Historic seems super brew friendly to me. Okay. Didn't even have time to concede. Prodon, if you have lists, I would love to see your lists. The lists that you're playing and enjoying. I am open to a bunch of stuff right now. Let's get some portable holes in here. Let's cut some Esper Sentinels. Gingerbrute, Barbed Spike. I'm really supposed to cut against these kinds of decks. Mouser actually seems pretty reasonable. Yeah, probably the Sentinels. Well, post the list pro donut, if you want to. Debo4, I don't know why you would say Jeskai doesn't work without memory lapse. Jeskai is still very popular from what I've seen. It seems very strong. Steel Overseer. This is the card we need against Merfolk. This is the card Merfolk probably can't beat. Played Monoblue in the open high contrast. It was fun. It was not particularly good. Oh, I have a Deserted Beach in my hand. I think I like these lands a little bit too much. This is probably not actually what I'm supposed to play in a Historic aggro deck, huh? Probably not. Maybe we'll luck out and rip the third land here. Nope. That's awkward. Alright, well that's my own fault. Let's probably cut these. Yeah, I'm playing them over check lands. The question is like which one comes to play untapped more often, and I don't actually know. Probably check lands, realistically. Probably check lands. Because hands with Double Deserted Beach aren't really going to work out anyway. Teamer spells, is that like Dragon Rage Channeler stuff? I'm impressed that this is not playing Dragon Rage Channeler. Seems kind of cool. I'm going to give that a try. I hate Delver of Secrets very much. Do you have to play Delver of Secrets to play this deck? Alright, so I just Tempered Steel here, I think. Over Steel Overseer, is that true? Maybe not. No, I should Steel Overseer. Tempered Steel I hit for a lot of damage, though. Could get Spell Pierced, though. Yeah, whoever's saying Control has vanished, I just haven't had that experience. I've seen plenty of Jeskai. Jeskai still seems very good with just the gear hulky things. So of course the reason we didn't attack there is because Merfolk Trickster can turn Homunculus into a 1/1 by turning off its ability. Okay, I am not blocking. I don't have an island, which makes me much more confident in kind of chilling out and waiting for Tempered Steel to take over. So what's the best thing to do here? Like Marrow Redray turns this into 4/4/4/4. So I need to leave back at least 2 blockers. They can't get Evasion. I think we do this. Kind of would rather not even get Alpha Striked over 2 turns here. But this is like me just refusing to do math because it's a little bit too long into the stream for that. Alright, Collected Company is here. Let's see how many Lords we're going to hit. Not enough Lords, it looks like. Pity. Not that we're like winning this game by any means. No, we probably are. We got 2 blockers here. Let's cast Ingenious Smith, see what we hit. Mouser, perfect. Okay. That was exactly what the doctor ordered. I wonder if there's some way to. The thing I was thinking about before was for Ingenious Smith, for Glint Nest Crane, and for Ephemerate to go with the Thought Monitors, but I just think when you're getting all the Smiths and Cranes and Ephemerates in there, it's just hard to have enough artifact density for the cards to actually be good. Okay, I go to 1. That was close. It was a good 2 last cards, but I do get to go to 1. And then we kill them with Barbed Spike. I don't kill them with Barbed Spike because this is a Shockland, and this costs 2 to equip. Yikes! So I can attack with both of these and force blocks, and then Mouser should be... Yeah. I could also attack with Mouser... No, it doesn't work. Okay, so we attack with you and you, we force blocks. We're not dead, it's going to be close. So we need them not to hit another Trickster or a Collected Company. But like regular Merfolk are fine, lands are fine. Even a Lord is fine. Masked Vandal? That's a good sideboard card. Okay. Alright, Merfolk. One of the best decks in Historic right now. I can see why. The Tempered Steel deck also seemed pretty good. If we hadn't had a deserted beach and we had played Steel Overseer on turn 2, I think we win that game running away. So that was interesting. I would play this again. Let's see if we can switch out the beaches. Are they Durglord? If Merfolk and Humans are the 2 best decks by far, shouldn't Jund then become the natural answer to that? Probably don't need that many blue sources. It's just other planes. Yeah, 11 blue sources seems fine. I've seen a lot of Jund myself. Which might just be because, you know, Jund players are just going to do Jund things. I'm not sure I'm actually supposed to keep hands that don't have, like, Tempered Steel, or Thought Monitor, or Nettle Cyst, or anything, but I could, you know, draw any of those cards. That could happen. Which matchup are you even talking about, Durglord? Yeah, I think Glacial Fortress is just much better. It's the new land. It had that new land smell, and I wanted to play it because it had that new land smell, but it's not actually good enough. Is there a world where I ever have to pay 2 colored mana next turn? There is not. Also not sure about Barbed Spike. This is not a high-powered card, but it's 2 artifacts for 2 mana, and it seemed better than, because it's an artifact that you can hit with Ingenious Smith and such, it seemed better than,
to become Aaron Girdler tonight, Chad. That's the
what do you call it? The, Serve Exhibition. Shambling Ghast. Alright. Guess I'm down to attack into this. Like, it's gonna die at some point. I wonder if my opponent's Lurrus Zombies. Lurrus Zombies sounds terrifying. Muldrifter is in Historic. Is it? Can someone else clarify that Muldrifter is in Historic? I really thought I looked. Maybe I didn't look hard enough. Maybe I just assumed it would never happen. It is? Whoa! Okay, hold the phone. Hold the phone. That changes everything. Everything has changed. Muldrifter's in Historic, and no one's even playing Muldrifter. Card's literally a modern staple now. Huh. Go figure. Gosh, Shambling Ghast plus any sack outlet plus Luris just eats my face. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, no. Wow. Is this the best card from AFR? I think it is. It might be. Is it? Okay, I could really use that Tempered Steel right about now. Or that Nettle Cyst. Nettle Cyst plus Ginger Brute gets wins. Court Homunculus. Not as impressive. We might outrace this. I'm not seeing life gain from them. They can't have that much room to play like actual removal spells in their deck, right? We actually just win with Nettle Cyst this next turn, I think. Okay, so Nettle Cyst and Tempered Steel just win. I think we block the Augur, actually. It deals 1 to them. This thing is never getting thrown in the ground. Maybe that's not correct. This puts them dead to Tempered Steel, so we definitely do that. Esper Sentinel, okay. So that'll chump a Champion of the Perished. Yeah. I think this play is actually going to be Animate Blinkmoth, swing with Blinkmoth and this thing, and that way we can hold up Ginger Brute to make a food if need be. Or to sack it to gain life. Ah, yeah, Portable Hole is the best. No, Portable Hole is the best AFR card. Shambling Ghast might be second, though. Alright, so opponent did some powerful things, but a lot of their cards don't actually do very much. Like, I can beat Wayward Servant into another zombie, that doesn't gain them enough life. Fatal Push gets us, but how many Fatal Pushes are they running realistically in their creature density deck? Lazatep Reaver doesn't matter. I assume it's just going to try and draw them some cards, but we have a lot of evasion here. I'm not dead, am I? No. So this puts me to 1, which means I'm dead to any creature, so we can't do that. So we've got to do this. Which I guess means I should be doing this. Does it really matter? Yeah, because this way if they there are certain removal spells they could have that might draw me a card off Esper Sentinel. Alright. Sick. Alright, need to fix the record command, I guess. Alright, so we're up against zombies. I guess I want some Portable Holes, and I don't really want Esper Sentinel. Same idea as Merfolk. Let's see if my camera's working yet. Camera? Camera? Oh god. It's very Blair Witch Project. TV Lullaby, thanks for the follow. I missed you for a while, but thank you. And thanks to the folks who are sticking around watching Random Historic on Arena Open Day. Appreciate all of you. Probably after this match, I'll do a little bit of brewing with Muldrifter, just because I did not know the card was in Historic, and I love it. And then we'll call it a day. Okay, no blue for Thought Monitor. We got plenty of blue sources, though. Huh. I think I attack with Gingerroot here. I don't think they're going to block. If they do block, my hand kind of falls apart at the seams, but... high contrast. I drafted Midnight Hunt after it came out until from Bronze to Mythic 20 or so. Okay, so this deck is doing Stitcher Supplier, and we're doing Crippling Fear in the sideboard. That's scary. And oh golly, that is a lot of 1-drops. Whew. Powerful stuff. Okay, Treasure Vault's good. Let's just take away the Champion of the Perished here, please. Yeah, the existence of like Portable Hole, Nettle Cyst, Thought Monitor, they keep putting good artifacts into Historic, but they keep doing a pretty good job of... Ouch. Well, I'm actually really glad they used that in Portable Hole and not on my Tempered Steel. Okay, we're definitely seeing the clunky side of the deck here. We just drew all of our 3-drops, and it's hurting us quite a bit. Wow, opponent brought in a lot of removal. Like a surprising quantity of removal. I don't know if that's what you're supposed to be doing as the zombie deck. Do I Nettle Cyst here? Yeah, I think I Nettle Cyst. And then we can Tempered Steel next turn and deal a lot more damage. Yeah. If we had Scissors, that would be interesting. I don't know if Scissors would be that good in Historic because we don't have Darksteel Citadel, but... Are they going to jam Lurrus here off of the Phyrexian Tower? Can't really stop Lurrus, but I'm not that scared of Lurrus either. Okay. I guess Lurrus attacking back with Lifelink is actually pretty annoying, except... Yeah. Alright, hit blue mana. That's great. So, my Thought Monitoring... Am I Tempered Stealing? I guess if I can only play one spell, that spell should probably be Thought Monitor. It just makes all my future turns much better. Swing for 4, I can use Thought Monitor to block Lurrus. Was I in the last Mythic Championship? Nope, Lunatic Chemistry. I took a 4-month-long break from Magic, and actually, I don't know what tournament the last Mythic Championship was. Maybe I was in the last Mythic Championship? Okay, this is tough. They've suddenly powered back up. What sets for the last Mythic Championship? If it was, I think, Kaldheim being the most recent set, then that would have been me, yeah. I don't think I can afford to block with Tempered Steel in hand. So best thing here would be like a land so I can go Steel Overseer Tempered Steel, maybe? Okay, I go to 5. They have guaranteed 2 damage off of Crypt Breaker, 2 more damage off of Lurrus. I don't have any life gain at all. I play Tempered Steel. I actually hit them for 7 points of damage. Really sucks it's not one more. I can go Tempered Steel, cast Gingerbrute, give it haste, or give it unblockable, but I can only make 1 Gingerbrute unblockable here, so I don't think we... Wait, can I do something? Can I win with Nettle Cyst, actually? Wait, I can probably just win with Nettle Cyst, right? I equip Nettle Cyst to Gingerbrute. it becomes a 5/5. Yeah, I just win. Okay. Still learning what all my cards do, chat. Still learning what all my cards do. I guess they can gain a point of life, but I don't even think that matters. All the glitters is interesting. It seems like a little bit too fragile to me. Like, we are trying to kind of build a critical mass of creatures. I feel like Nettlesis is just like a better all the glitters. I don't think we need 2 of that effect. Alright, so they can use Crypt Breaker to discard a card and make a zombie gain life off of Wayward Servant, but we have exactly 9 points of damage here. And they don't get any benefits from sacrificing anything. Alright, winning out of nowhere. Feels good. Feels good. Okay, I kind of like this deck. I'm willing to, for a first draft, those matches felt pretty okay. And now, my sweet baby Moldrifter. I'm so sorry. I feel like I was probably just filtering out a lot of commons and just missed Moldrifter being around. And that is totally my fault. Hey, there you are, buddy. Nice. Okay, so did they give us other good elemental synergy stuff? I'm looking for stuff like Flamekin Harbinger, which we did not get apparently. Okay, so what are some cards that go with Moldrifter? And if we're thinking about elemental engines, of course, we've got Arisen Reef. If we're thinking about blinking stuff, we've got Ephemerate. We've got Yorion. Now, this is not me building a deck. This is me just more thinking about what are cards that go well with the card Moldrifter, which I like a lot. Malakir Rebirth is an interesting one as far as like ways to like evoke Moldrifter and then cheat it back into play and draw 4 cards off of it. It's always an interesting thing to be able to do. Malakir Rebirth is by far the best version of this effect. I don't imagine you'd be playing another version of it. Other Blink type effects. There's Momentary Blink, I think would be the only other one worth considering, maybe. There's Cloud Shift. Momentary Blink, Essence Flux doesn't do anything better. Alright, let's just look for good elementals if we're thinking about the Risen Reef direction of this. What elementals are actually good? Very few. Historics of Fierce format elementals are not a tribe that has shown up. There's a reason for that. Most of the elementals are bad. This is an elemental only on the backside. Yeah, boy, slim pickings. Even in blue, which is like one of the elemental colors, that's slim pickings. Thunderkin Awakener? If you can pump it somehow, that works, I guess. Young Pyromancer fits if we're thinking about Risen Reef stuff. Well, that's probably don't go in the same deck, actually. Yeah, no, there's just not a lot of power here. I think the elemental direction doesn't make a lot of sense. But the Blink direction makes a lot of sense. And from there, it's just a Yorion deck, which is, you know, you've seen a million of them. And Weed Magic was asking about Thassa. I don't think Thassa is quite historic playable. I think it's a little too hard to guarantee you have something good to blink on the board, and then you're playing another spell that just blinks that thing and does nothing else. The reason that Yorion works, where cards like Thassa don't work as well, is that Yorion is also just a big honkin' bird and can block and stuff, which is good. So yeah, I'm interested in... I guess if we're doing Moldrifter and we're trying to do Malakir Rebirth, we're going towards something like an Esper or a Dimir-flavored sort of creature-based blink deck. So we're looking at filling up the board with like stuff. So Thraben Inspector fits, Charming Prince fits, of course. Blade Splicer, Restoration Angel type stuff begins to fit. Mr. Elite Spellbinder, of course. I don't know why I thought that was going to work. Okay, so now we're looking at something like white-blue Ephemerate with Yorion as a companion. Malkir is cute with Moldrifter. It's probably not worth splashing into a third color for. Let me just make sure I'm not missing any great enters the battlefield like cards in black that I might want to be playing. I don't think there's much. I've definitely run the search already. You won't be surprised to hear. Those of you who know me. Acquisitions Expert, meh. Dusk Legion Zealot, meh. Kitesail Freebooter, maybe. Probably not. Mire Triton, yuck. Okay, yeah, there's nothing. Soul Herder is in Modern, yep, do know about that one. Soul Herder is a consideration. It's been Modern playable somehow, so it's worth throwing in here. I'm trying to remember, let's just craft both of these now, so they'll show up in all future searches. I'm trying to remember why Soul Herder was playable in Modern. Like, how did they get away with doing that? Was it just Path to Exile? Just like having access to good one mana removal? I mean, we should be playing Portable Hole anyway. This Portable Hole's great. And also great with Yorion, which really playing some more Yorions, because Yorion's great. Other good blue cards, Fairy Seer. I forgot this card was in Modern. Or Historic. Is this anything? This card seems cool with ninjas. I don't think we're playing ninjas, but it does seem cool with ninjas. That could be a different deck. Fibblethip. Fibblethip kind of sucks. But I mean, the fact that you can't ephemerate it just really is not good. Foul Watcher. What an odd little card. Merfolk Trickster's slightly interesting. It's like reasonable body as well. You can actually like trade for something against the aggro decks of the format. You're not going to blink it for value that often, but it's, you know, kind of fits with the flavor of the deck. Urios exists. Probably isn't very good. And then we're getting to threes, and the blue threes just generally don't beat out the white threes. Mana War is in the format, right? That's cute. Yep, so Blinky Sagas are the next place to go once we're finished looking at Blinky creatures. Seagate Oracle, I don't think so. Yes, we get Baron. Baron's the best Blink creature, so worth considering at least. We get a bunch of sagas. History of Benalia, interesting, but par probably doesn't compete with the other threes. Birth of Meletus is worth considering. Elspeth Conqueror's Death is worth considering. Raven's Warning could be worth considering. Probably not, though. The thing is, this is mostly an Ephemerate deck, so we really don't want to be doing non-creature stuff that much. The adversaries are interesting, actually. That's a good point. Worth considering as well. And then if you look at 4-drop specifically, so now we're looking into slightly bigger effects. So we're going to just quickly filter by 4 drops. You don't really want to play any 5s, because 5s are, like, Yorion kind of takes up a huge amount of your 5 slot. Archon of Sun's Grace is interesting, except for that we're not really doing much in the way of enchantments. Bosri's Lieutenant's effect is just not strong enough to be excited about. Mostly looking for cards I've forgotten about from Historic. Master Splicer, I don't think we want this. Blade Splicer is just a lot better. Glorious Protector. If we're playing 4 Resto, I again don't think we really need this one too much. Like, I think we have enough Blink synergy at this point. I'm mostly interested in filling out, you know, a few more spells in the deck or something. They're playing Omen of the Sun, by the way. Anything in blue that I might have missed? Dungeon Geists, no. Mythos of Luna, probably not. Arcanist Owl, don't think we have enough for that. Elite Guard Mage is kind of cute. Whirler Rogue might be kind of cute. Alright, if we do splash into black, we get Hostage Taker and Iymrith. Iymrith is a card I have played in Historic before. I doubt I can do that now, but it's one of those cards I should always remember for the more controlling Yorion decks. And yep, none of those appeals too much. One note is we don't have to be blue except for Moldrifter. Like, but Basilica Bellhound's just not much of a draw to black. Okay, so this is like a Yorion pile. I'm not going to build this new deck right now. It's going to take more time, and I am fairly hungry. I've not eaten yet today. Should probably do that. And just generally get started with the rest of the day now that the open's over. But I'll call it now. Sorry the camera was broken the whole time. I will try to fix that before the next stream. I don't know when that'll be yet, but probably sometime this week. Now that I've... The main barrier was just honestly getting everything set up. Now I have the barrier of getting the camera set up, but I am about ready to get back into this. I'm really enjoying myself, and given that I'm playing Magic anyway to prepare for the next qualifier, might as well do it in public. So I'll end it here. Don't forget, if you enjoyed this stream and you haven't followed it yet, this is a good time to do it. Now that I'm doing it regularly again, this is your best chance to hear what I'm up to. Oh no, we just got raided. Alright, we just got raided. Big raid. We'll play one more match here. Hey, one Jame. I was about to literally leave, but because there was a big raid, I will throw in one more match. Let's go play the Tempered Steel deck again. I was liking the Tempered Steel deck. So some blue-white Tempered Steel. Did I learn anything from that last match? It did feel... That hand was very clunky. We do have kind of a giant top end up here. I wonder if I'm supposed to play like one fewer Nettle Cyst, maybe? Like another Mouser? I'll just run it as it is. Alright, so blue-white Tempered Steel. Just trying to take advantage of Tempered Steel plus Thought Monitor. It's entirely possible that the blue for Thought Monitor is just like, you know, you could play any other color instead of blue and you might get better options. You could just play mono-white and have access to better lands. It's possible that's all much better than what I'm doing here, but I love Thought Monitor. It's worth trying it out. Although now that Moldrifter is around, maybe I don't need Thought Monitor so much. Probably the best build of Tempered Steel I've seen so far was a deck that Jeff Hoagland made, which was playing red instead of blue, and had access to Bomat Courier and showed it to the Scalds. Okay, turn 2 Steel Overseer, that's keep. Yeah, so the thing about the Tempered Steel deck is this is a deck with a bunch of small creatures that is trying to do, you know, make them bigger. There are a lot of decks in Historic like that, and a lot of the other decks in Historic have access to better card-for-card quality. Decks like Humans, decks like Merfolk, decks like Zombies. They all might just be like better at doing what this deck is trying to do. But I do like the combination of Evasion and then Steel Overseer just kind of being really broken in matchups for no-nose removal. Those are both interesting things to me. Mono Skeleton. Wow, that's really strong with Tempered Steel. With Hardened Scales, that is. How did that even get 3 counters? What happened? How did this get 3 counters? Missing something? Oh, it's just bigger because of Oh, it comes in as a 1/1. I see. It's a 1/1.
We need to become
That
Aaron
makes sense.
Girdler tonight, chat. That's the goal.
So Monoskeleton's kind of a nightmare, huh? Take an Arcbound Mouser, I guess, and we will... Court Homunculus gives me 3 2/2s, which means the Monoskeleton can't just pick anything off. I don't think I'm attacking. GTFOMTG, thanks for the follow. Zabaz the Glimmer Wasp. Yeah, this card had a little bit of a... This card had a bit of a heyday in Modern for a bit. Seems powerful. Ooh, so actually if I block with Court Homunculus, we... Am I dead if I don't block? No way, right? Problem is if I block with Court Homunculus, the other one becomes a 1/1, so they can shoot it. I guess that doesn't actually work though, right? Let's do this. So what they can do now is they can use Zabaz to kill their prototype and put all the counters on Monoskelion. And then realistically, you can just like ping 2 cards. Yeah, this doesn't feel especially winnable, huh? I mean, our life total's still okay. Maybe Arcbound Mouser plus Nettlecyst can get something done? Maybe? At least want to see a little bit more opponent's deck before we throw in the towel. Actually, I just get to tap 4 mana and kill all my stuff. Ugh. Okay, sure. Okay, this is actually nice. They're spending all their mana, they're spending down their counters. This could be worse. Random Esper Sentinel. Okay. So, all right, this is fine. We've stabilized in a certain sense. Oh, I forgot about Esper Sentinel. Whoops. Okay, well, we're just gonna have to hope they can't put any counters on their things. Right. Okay. Okay. Well, they're kind of running out of resources here a little bit. Like, a lot of my draws are very good now that I have Nettlecyst. Yeah, Monoskelion is definitely the fair version of Walking Ballista. I mean that as a compliment. It's a cool card. Can I get a Thought Monitor? I love a Thought Monitor. I guess Lyra the Hydra does mean I need to find something pretty quickly. Nettlecyst, that's good too. Pay 1. Pay 1! Gladly. Yeah, I probably should just make this deck mono white and play 4 Treasure Vault in it, huh? Treasure Vault is busted. Instead of Thought Monitor, I could just play Mirror Enforcer. Okay, that's the punchline. I see. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ouch, alright, so... Yeah, I needed like a Mouser. If I had managed to keep a Mouser in play, would have been fine, but I am dead to... Actually, I have Blinkmoth Nexus. So I'm technically not dead to this. Is there a way I can get through this, though? You don't give flying. I can equip Nettlecyst, attack for 7. This doesn't quite work. Okay, I think it's got to be Steel Overseer, attack for 4, or attack for 5. Double Chump. I'm actually just dead to Lyra the Hydra, but I will make my opponent see that. Actually, that was kind of a pun. I could have turned on Blinkmoth Nexus to deal an extra point of damage there for free. Yeah, I'm definitely not playing this deck well yet. Dason, yeah, Esper Sentinel is supposed to be a cyborg. That's the whole point of the plane of Esper, is that everybody turns themselves into cyborgs. Regrettably, opponent saw the line. Okay. Alright, well, Hardened Scales into Monoskelion is pretty good. I think I'm going to play some Portable Holes. I think I'm going to cut some Esper Sentinels. Maybe we've had exactly the same cyborg plan in all 3 of the matches we've played so far. Worth noting. Barbed Spike still suspicious. Might not be very good. Alright, let's see if our Steel Overseer gets killed again. I forgot what they did to it the first time. Like, what do you... Oh, it got Monoscalioned. That's what happened the first time, of course. How could I forget? But this time we're coming down a turn ahead of Monoscalia. And that could make all the difference. I, of course, admire the heck out of what our opponent's doing. Should go without saying. Alright, am I attacking with Court Homunculus? Am I willing to trade Court Homunculus for Arcbound Mouser? I think I am. The lifelink seems really, really painful. Okay. Alright, so everything is safely out of Monoscalion range now, and that's big. Huh. Kind of surprised they put the counter on Zabaz instead of the Mouser. Okay. Okay. At 2 Brute. Actually, Dromoka's command is savage against us. This makes us sacrifice Tempered Steel, too? Yikes. Okay. Okay, cool. Alright, Tempered Steel should get us just far out enough ahead to be fine, I think. I think it's just all out attack, right? Yeah, they're dead. Yeah, Zabaz doesn't have flying. Actually, if we just attack with Ginger Brutes and the Flyers they lost, that's a punt for me. I think they lose anyway, but I think we just need to attack with Ginger Brutes and the Flyers because Zabaz doesn't have flying. What a weird card. We do need to kill the Mousers, even if they block with, like, Zabaz on this. We need to make sure all the Mousers die so we can't get hit for, like, 12 points of lifelink on the back. That would complicate things. Okay, they did put a bunch of counters on Zabaz. If they have, like, double strike? Or lifelink capabilities? I don't think they do. But, you know, we'll see. Okay, so they can make Zabaz a 17 power creature, I think, if I'm doing the math correctly. But it's not quite enough. That was too close. Alright, let's... Yeah, they have Dromoka's command for Tempered Steel. I am going to die, so we're going to hope they don't have that. That's the current plan. Alright, Alright, got a little bit more of a control hand here. Portable Hole for Hardened Scales is nice, except for the Dromoka's Command. No, Dromoka's Command does not hit Portable Hole. Shoot. Gosh. Yeah, Portable Hole, sorry. I'm sorry, Portable Hole. I'm sorry that I ever questioned whether you were the best card in AFR. You are definitely the best card in AFR. It is not close. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and... Smith. Okie dokie. Let's go with... Monitor Overseer, Monitor Overseer, Monitor Overseer. Kind of feeling more like Monitor here. Overseer is more efficient next turn, right? I don't have that many artifacts yet. Hard to say. This Portable Hole could be premature, but I'm kind of interested in getting aggressive. It's like, you know, my opponent's deck is fully capable of like comboing off and kind of killing me in the air. I certainly don't envy them the Naya Blinkmoth Nexus mana base. Okay, so we just get to go Homunculus into Nettle Cyst, and that's a lot of power and toughness. Nice. Okay. Alright, so this deck's interesting. I do not know if the Blue Splash for Thought Monitor is worth it. If I were to build a mono-white version of it, what would I do instead? Let's find out real quick. That is fun, though. The deck does a lot of what I like. Tricky combat math, a little bit of card advantage, a little bit of nut draw potential, but you're not just about the nut draws. Yeah, so if we cut the Thought Monitor stuff and we just go ahead and clone this, we get mono white steel. Collected Company doesn't really fit this deck very well, I think. I mean, you could shift the deck a lot to play Collected Company, but like your best cards are Tempered Steel and Nettle Cyst, and Collected Company doesn't hit either of these, so you'd be looking at something quite a bit different. Okay, so mono white gets to play 4 Blinkmoth Nexus, 4 Treasure Vault. He gets to play 4 Arcbound Mouser, I suspect. It's going to be very good. Ah, Coco for the opponent's deck. Yeah. Not sure, not sure. I feel like it seems really important to play with Hardened Scales and Dromoka's Command. And once you're doing Scales in Command, it's like... And also Stonecoil Serpent. Yeah, Stonecoil Serpent especially seems like it makes the Collected Company stuff hard to pull off. Alright, are there other artifact creatures that I should be looking at now if I'm just mono-white? How do I do this? The best way to find artifact creatures is, I guess, just to write creature and then type artifact. Oh, I could play Toolcraft Exemplar. That's a card. Blade Splicer becomes an option. It's, you know, 3/3 artifact creature that comes with a 1/1, kind of. Metallic Mimic doesn't seem like it really fits well. Hopogirper is interesting. I think Ornithopter's a little too weak. Chief of the Foundry's probably not quite good enough. Most we just need to fill in the rest of the lands. So once I do that, Yeah, this seems like a pretty reasonable thing we've got here. Oh, we'll probably test this out a bit. And the sideboard, of course, needs to... Of course, we could just be playing main deck Portable Hole as well. I don't really know what the right setup is there. Yeah, do we really want Fateful? I mean, we could play Fateful Absence. I'm trying to think like what deck that's really for. Like, I think our idea against opposing creature decks is we just want to have bigger creatures than they do. And the main reason we're running Portable Hole is to get rid of stuff like, I don't know, creatures very cheaply. We're just trying to, like, you know, fight zombies or something else that's very fast, or we're up against, you know, like a Witch's Oven or something. Yeah, I note that I feel like card quality falls off just a little bit too fast in mono white, so I might try white-red in addition. Like, you throw in some Bomat Couriers, which is like much better than most of the artifact creatures that we have, and you throw in some Showdown the Scalds. That might be something. And then I think you can probably cut Barbed Spike, because it's not, you don't need 2 artifacts for Thought Monitor anymore. So maybe we end up doing something more like this. 4 mana is a lot. I don't know if we all want all the 4 of the Showdowns, but... yeah, something like this. Yep, so we got fast, I mean, oh yeah, we have the fast lands, right? That makes things much easier. Yeah, seems pretty clean. Part of me wonders a little bit, given how many 1-mana white creatures we're running, whether we want some Legion's Landing in here as well. It's obviously not very on theme with artifacts, but it's just like ramp almost. Gets this to Showdown faster. And then red gives us access to some other sideboard cards. I'm not sure exactly what those are, but... Alright, something to think about. On a later day, I am going to close out the stream now. Thanks for the raid, James. And who should I raid? I'm actually remembering to do it today, which is exciting. Who's still online? Corey Burkhart is still playing in day 2, apparently. Danny T. Law is live. But doing a Q&A, let's just raid Corey, I guess. Alright. See y'all later, chat. Thanks so much for hanging out. Go see if Corey Baumeister can get those last few wins. And check back sometime this week for more sweet historic brews.